Chapter 197. The second peak they reached was on the east side of Deer Mountain. Before they reached the foot of the mountain, Mo Shoching, who had been walking at the front, stopped when he saw the full appearance of the mountain from a distance. "Principal Mo, we cannot ascend this mountain." Thousands of drops of dew fell at the same time, turning into an unimaginable tide. The great presence formed by the accumulation of countless minute presences still reverberated through Fusu's body. He looked at Mo Shoching, who had stopped walking, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Then he said softly in puzzlement, "Just now, I truly understand why I have to stay far away from these mountains. If these mountains are filled with grandmasters like this, then if I fall from the top of these mountains, I will be targeted by everyone. If they see my identity, I fear they will work together to kill me. But what I do not understand is that this mountain looks very calm, and there does not seem to be any presence at such a distance. Why can't we ascend it? Could it be that the Grandmaster on that mountain has already revealed his realm from such a long distance away?" Mo Shoching had turned around by now. Hearing Fusu's words, the old man shook his head and said, "If one can display a presence that causes even me to retreat from such a distance, then one must be a realm 8. But one does not have to display the same level as the previous person." Fusu knew that this principle of the main compound was most skilled at causing people to think and have their own comprehension. Yet he still could not understand. "Look at the peach blossoms on the mountain." Ding Ning reminded him softly. Fusu's eyes widened, his body shook slightly, and he finally reacted. There were some scattered wild peach trees on the mountain. Along the way, the wild peach trees in the Wu Mountain area had not bloomed, but now, all the wild peach trees on the mountain had bloomed. Even from afar, one could see that the flowers on the wild peach trees were exceptionally bright. It was a common red color, but the red color was so thick that it seemed like jade juice was about to drip down. "The mountain flowers are in full bloom, so thick. Is the person on this mountain right now the legendary young Marquis Li of the Qi dynasty?" he said in shock. There were many people in the world who used the title of young Marquis to imply that they did not care about fame and fortune. However, most of the time, it was because it was impossible for them to obtain the title of a noble. However, Li Mingzong was a true Li Mingzong because he was a true member of the royal family of the Great Qi dynasty. He was a prince of the Great Qi dynasty who was born with a fief. Strictly speaking, the current emperor of the Great Qi dynasty, Qi Mingzong, had to respectfully call him imperial uncle. But ever since he started to cultivate, this cultivator who was born as a marquis became a wild crane that did not belong to any cultivation place in the Qi dynasty. In the Qi dynasty, where yin spirits and ghosts were the main cultivation methods, he was a true anomaly in the cultivation path. What he cultivated was the pure way of nature, the method of life bond items. In the many legends of the past, he had fought with many grandmasters of the Qi dynasty, but he had never been defeated even once. Other than young Marquis Li, no one else in the world can make flowers bloom brighter than life. Mo Shoching said admiringly, "The new peaches this year will be unprecedentedly delicious." Fusu said in disbelief, "I heard that young Marquis Li is very strong, but Principal Mo, you and Palace Master Pan have to avoid him." Mo Shoching said calmly, "His life bond item is the heavenly nurturing bead. He does not have strong killing intent, but it is the best life-preserving talisman. After so many years of cultivation, I do not know how much his energies have grown. When he fights, his vital energy is endless. Before the Deer Mountain Conference, no one can afford to waste time with him. Even if they could win, they could not afford to waste time." This time, Fusu truly understood that in a situation like the Deer Mountain Conference, the fights between these grandmasters were not as simple as a blade and a sword as usual. The heavenly nurturing bead that nurtured all things in the world. The one on this mountain was naturally young Marquis Li. Thousands of dewdrops turned into an indescribable and terrifying tide. The one on the previous mountain was naturally Song Chaosheng, a cultivator of the extinct Song family of the Wei dynasty. Song Chaosheng, young Marquis Li, what other names would appear that represented the greatest power in the world? Ding Ning followed Mo Shoching and Pan Ruoy to the third mountain as such a thought flashed through his mind. Even for him, he only knew the names and power of these people from rumors, and had never seen them up close. This mountain still cannot be climbed. I had not thought that even an old monster like Guodongjiang would come. When they reached the foot of the third mountain, Mo Shouqing's expression showed a rare hint of seriousness as he slowly said to Pan Ruoy beside him. Pan Ruoy usually stayed in the inner palace for a long time and did not smile. Hearing his words, she immediately frowned and said coldly, "He is not dead." Ding Ning's expression was calm, but he was slightly shocked inside. Fu Su had never heard of this name before. Seeing this, he could not help but ask softly, "Principal Mo, I still do not feel anything unusual. Who is this Guodongjiang?" The greatest abnormality here is that there is no abnormality at all. Mo Shouqing looked at Fu Su as he said this. He knew that Fu Su would not understand. As he turned to walk towards another mountain, he explained gently, "This mountain does not have any presence left behind by cultivators, and there are no traces of battle, not even the presence of cultivators who passed by. It is like a restaurant table that should have passed by many diners, and would have left some soup behind. But now, it is extremely clean. This can only mean that someone used a cloth to wipe it away. The only person who can wipe away all presence is the Grandmaster of Blue Jade Island, Guodongjiang. In the past, the Qin dynasty opened up an overseas trade route and wanted to interact with this Grandmaster. But this person was very strange and did not want to interact with the outside world. Even more importantly, this person injured his head in his early years. He is slightly older than me, so he often has brain problems and is temperamental. He does not have common sense." Fu Su realized and said softly, "Madman?" Mo Shouqing frowned and said, "Even more importantly, he is a madman just a step away from Realm 8. Do not drink with drunkards, do not fight with madmen." This was a principle that everyone in Changling knew. Hearing this, Fu Su understood that he had to keep a respectful distance from this mountain. But he could not compete for even several mountains. He could not help but feel dark clouds. Was there someone he could not compete for on every mountain? Mo Shouqing and Pan Ruoy were the highest people in Changling. If even these two people were unable to compete for the top of any mountain here, then how many unknown and shocking experts would there be in the various dynasties under the heavens? "Careful!" Pan Ruoy suddenly shouted in a low voice. Mo Shouqing had been the first to stop on the previous mountains. But at the foot of this mountain, Fu Su and Mo Shouqing stopped at the same time. When Pan Ruoy shouted, Fu Su saw a layer of white mist suddenly appear in the forest ahead of him. The white mist was formed by the white hairs on the stems and leaves of an unknown wild flower. Each strand of hair was softer than snow, but this white mist carried a terrifying murderousness. As she shouted, Pan Ruoy's right hand flicked like she was plucking invisible strings. The sound of many sharp objects rubbing against each other suddenly sounded in the air in front of her, Ding Ning and the others. The fine hairs did not seem to have any connection to them. They were forced aside by a powerful force and passed over their heads. Ding Ning's eyes flashed. He immediately sensed that the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings were partially concealed by some unique method. What method is this? Fu Su also sensed this abnormality. While he could not get close to the white hairs, his breathing unconsciously became uneven. Mo Shouqing seemed to relax. He nodded and said, "We can compete for this mountain." Pan Ruoy continued to walk unhurriedly. Her fingers were still flicking slightly. The sounds of sharp objects rubbing against each other were still dense in the air. Dozens of feet away from Ding Ning and the others, a thin curtain of light flashed like a crystal ball and covered Ding Ning and the others. Wisps of yuan qi constantly flashed across the light screen. They seemed like lightning, but they were not lightning at the same time. Fu Su was even more shocked. The white mist formed by the white hairs quickly disappeared. But even with his cultivation, he could clearly sense that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands covering the entire peak of this mountain. The higher they went, the more the primal energies of the universe were blocked. Some of the unblocked vital energy instead formed true killing intent after a simple vibration, carrying out a true attack on the cultivators walking on this mountain peak. Chapter 198. The sky was dim. Halfway up the mountain, not just the primal energies of the universe, even the light was covered and twisted by an invisible power. Pan Ruoy's expression grew colder. Threads of powerful vital energy and primal energies of the universe came out of her body. While she could not bring in large amounts of primal energies from outside the mountain, her body was like an empty mountain that contained countless primal energies of the universe. Fallen leaves danced. The fight between primal energies of the universe only made soft sounds, but the tearing of true power caused the leaves of all the trees in Ding Ning and Fu Su's sight to leave their branches and dance wildly. The tumbling leaves weaved into curtains that covered the world in front of them. Why bother? A light voice came from somewhere on the mountain peak. It passed through the layers of green curtains and reached the ears of Ding Ning and the others. The Tao Scroll and Flowing Cloud. The strongest of the Tao Scroll sect is the Flowing Cloud essence. I want to see it today. They were both true grandmasters, the top people of the world. Even their presence seemed to be fully displayed under the other's pressure. The moment Pan Ruoy raised her head to speak, a clear energy spread from her body and stabbed into the sky above her head. Then she reached out a hand towards the mountain peak. With a snap, there was a sudden explosion in the sky above her head. A beautiful ray of sunlight shone down from the azure sky, illuminating her body. Her entire body was dyed a faint gold. As the sunlight fell, primal energies of the universe burst out like a dam. The surging primal energies of the universe flooded in through the only gap, turning into a visible blue wave. It was also at this moment that a pure white sword flew out from her hand. The blue wave surged into her small white sword. The small white sword immediately disappeared. A straight path of light was left behind among the layers of green curtains. At the peak of this mountain, under an ancient pine tree, a man in indigo robes was sitting. This green-robed man's face was no more than 30 years old, but his pair of black eyes that were as calm as an ancient well seemed to contain the contents of mountains and seas, containing the meaning of the accumulation of time. When the straight path of light appeared in the countless layers of green leaf curtains, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He used his index and middle fingers as a sword and pierced forward. When his fingers stabbed out, the air in front of him seemed to become extremely viscous. An object appeared, spinning at high speed and unstoppable. It was Pan Ruoy's small white sword. The two fingers of this grandmaster in green robes became absolutely transparent. Even his blood vessels and bones seemed to have completely disappeared. They only emitted a sparkling luster. His fingertip was like the tip of a sword, accurately hitting the tip of the small white sword that was spinning at high speed. The tip of the sword spun around his fingertips. Not a single mark was left on his fingertips, but the stone he was sitting on suddenly turned into fine powder. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground beneath him and quickly extended into the distance. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. The invisible curtain that covered the entire mountain and isolated the world completely disappeared at this moment. Some of the white cloud energies in the sky changed at his glance, turning into enormous white seal scripts. Pan Ruoy took a deep breath. The small white sword spinning at the Grandmaster's fingertips suddenly retreated into the path of light that had not disappeared. Being able to withdraw the sword at such a speed meant that she had not used her full power, or rather, she did not want to use her full power to face this Grandmaster's next attack. The Grandmaster in green robes seemed to realize something. He also took a deep breath and frowned deeply. The white cloud energies in the sky seemed to be frozen and did not dissipate. The terrifying power that was about to erupt stopped and waited. Then he stood up and started to slowly walk down the mountain. The green leaves all fell. His figure quickly appeared in the sight of Ding Ning and the others. Those who are good at offense are not as good at defense, and those who are good at defense are not as good at hiding. I was wondering who could escape my detection. So it is Principal Mo of Changling. Seeing the figures of Ding Ning and the others from a distance, and seeing Mo Shoqing with his beard and hair like a ginseng, this Grandmaster in green robes sighed softly and bowed with folded hands. Previously, I was laughing at why people bother, and felt that using energy to climb the mountain was forcing it. So I lost to old Mr. first. Mr. does not have to be so courteous. Mo Shoqing nodded in return and said, I have climbed many mountains in my life, but none was as difficult as this one. Only when he said this did Fu Su detect that his body was covered in sweat. Fu Su finally reacted. Previously, when climbing the mountain, Mo Shouqing had not used vital energy at all, and only relied on his body. While Mo Shouqing was one of the people closest to Realm 8 in the world, he was an old man and naturally tired from climbing the mountain like this. The Grandmaster in green robes thought for a moment and said, "In that case, farewell." After saying this, he turned around and left without any hesitation. This is the presence of a true Grandmaster. Fu Su was full of admiration. He felt that this person's movements had an indescribable presence. These mountains did not seem as tall as the back of this Grandmaster in green robes. "It is not so simple." Ding Ning glanced at him, shook his head and said softly. Mo Shouqing looked approvingly at Ding Ning and said, "It is not so simple." Fu Su looked in shame at Mo Shouqing and Ding Ning. Ding Ning did not waste time and looked up at the white cloud seal in the sky. "When I was reading in the library of White Goat Cave, those records said that the bodies of cultivators above Realm 7 are enormous vessels for the primal energies of the universe. But once used, it is naturally slow to replenish. Especially when using some powerful spells, it is not as simple as using some energy." Ding Ning said calmly, "If this Grandmaster had retreated before using this kind of seal essence, it would be normal. But he had used a great deal of energy to form this kind of seal essence. With the power he had used, it is good to use it to see Dean Mo's moves. Maybe he will have some comprehension. But he is leaving now. This means that he does not want to take any risks before the Deer Mountain Conference." Fu Su immediately understood. This kind of risk is within a controllable range. A person like him would not give up a chance to fight normally. Pan Ruoy looked at the back of the Grandmaster in green robes who had disappeared from her sight. She turned expressionlessly to Mo Shouqing and said, "I just do not understand. The Dao Scroll sect has always been hidden from the world and does not have any interactions with the dynasties. They do not interfere in the conflicts of the dynasties and sects. Why did this heir of the Dao Scroll sect make an exception?" The Dao Scroll sect was an extremely mysterious sect. While powerful, it did not enter the world. Only knowledgeable cultivators like her and Mo Shouqing knew of it. Even so, she and Mo Shouqing did not even know the name of this Grandmaster in green robes. It was too difficult to guess the intentions of a complete stranger who had retreated after exchanging blows with him. Therefore, it was almost impossible for her to have an answer to her question at this moment. But Mo Shouqing was not an ordinary person. His intentions are towards Deer Mountain. Mo Shouqing looked calmly at her and said, "He is greatly exhausted right now, but when he retreated, his intentions were towards Deer Mountain. This means that in his mind, it is safer to retreat towards Deer Mountain. This means that he has some connection to the people of Deer Mountain." Pan Ruoy did not speak more, but a hint of coldness flashed through her eyes. At this point, it was clear. At this time, only the Chu dynasty had ascended Deer Mountain. Then this Grandmaster of the Dao Scroll sect was naturally related to someone from the Chu dynasty who had ascended Deer Mountain. Mo Shouqing's tired eyes closed slightly, and his body released a wave of energy. A light breeze blew by. Previously, they had spent a lot of time climbing halfway up the mountain. But now, with just a light breeze, in a few breaths, the scenery in front of Ding Ning and Fu Su completely changed. They had reached the top of the mountain. On the plains outside Deer Mountain, an enormous procession slowly appeared. This procession had more than 5,000 people, but from the top of the mountain, it was possible to see that only half of the 5,000 people were soldiers, and the other half were officials and ceremonial guards. The golden dragon patterns on the bright yellow flags and canopies were minuscule from a great distance, but they still had astounding presence and seemed to break through the air. As a result, this procession was a patch of golden light, as blinding as the sun at this time. In the world, only the Son of Heaven could have such a lineup when he went on an inspection tour. After the King of Chu ascended Deer Mountain, the second emperor finally arrived. You are right. The second to ascend Deer Mountain is the Yang dynasty. Looking at this golden procession, Pan Ruoy, who seemed to have become ethereal and was absorbing the primal energies of the universe from far away, glanced at Mo Shouqing and sneered. "How did you guess that the second to ascend would be the Yang dynasty?" Ding Ning spoke up and asked. The Yang dynasty is not below the Chu dynasty in power, But the Yang Emperor is the most cautious and does not appear in front of others. So in his many years on the throne, he is very conservative, Mo Shouqing answered patiently. Ding Ning asked, then the Emperor of the Qi dynasty? Mo Shouqing smiled faintly and said, the Emperor of the Qi dynasty is the most shameless. In terms of shamelessness, no one in the world can match him. But this is his strength. Fu Su became curious. He could not help but want to ask what the other dynasties thought of his father. But when he thought that asking such a question would be disrespectful to his father, he smiled self-deprecatingly and gave up on the thought. His minute movements could not escape Mo Shouqing's eyes. Mo Shouqing glanced at Ding Ning, who had calmed down and was silent. He thought, geniuses born in the marketplace had seen more and matured earlier. There was no need to ask such a question. If they did not feel that the Yuanwu Emperor and Empress were truly heartless and wanted to conquer the world, why would the other three dynasties think of the Qin dynasty as their greatest enemy? Chapter 199. When the Yang Emperor's carriage arrived at Deer Mountain, the cultivators of the Chu and Yang dynasties did not show their cultivation, but just the enmity in their hearts and the clash of presences caused the sky above Deer Mountain to change color. The clouds twisted and turned into all kinds of strange shapes. The auroras that only formed in the polar regions flashed in the air and caused the sky above Deer Mountain to be exceptionally colorful. That kind of murderousness did not give people any sense of beauty. They just felt that some great beast would come out of the clouds at any time. Yet, not long after the Yang Emperor's carriage arrived at Deer Mountain, another long procession appeared on the vast plains to the east of Deer Mountain. They were still very far from Deer Mountain. Maybe they would arrive before nightfall. But soon, waves of bone-corroding cold wind blew over. A long black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky around Deer Mountain. This black cloud appeared unusually dark among all the colors. It swayed but was not affected by the other flames. From this phenomenon, Ding Ning knew that the Emperor of the Qi dynasty, known as the Ghost Emperor, had come. An indescribable feeling appeared at the corners of Ding Ning's mouth. Seeing the top experts of the world at once, this kind of event seemed to be a good thing for the Yuanwu Emperor. Among the Qi Emperor's carriages, the imperial items were all bright yellow, and the decorations were mostly made of jade. But among them, there was an unusually large and black palanquin. Carrying this large palanquin were 8 large men in chainmail. Through the cracks in the chainmail, the skin of these men gave off an eerie white color. They did not give off any heat and were unusually cold. At this time, the interior of this large palanquin was like a unique world. Yin jade was used as bricks to make the interior look like a hall. The ceiling was inlaid with pearls that gave off dots of cold light. There were 2 purple-black wooden chairs in the center that gave off a strange smell of oil. One of the people sitting on them was dressed in dragon robes and an imperial crown. His face was white and beardless. He looked to be in his 40s. While his face was slightly long, he gave off an indescribable nobility. Naturally, this was the Qi Emperor. The other person was dressed in a pitch-black robe and wore a white bone necklace on his wrist. His pitch-black hair was also tied up with a white bone ring. Although he was a man, his face was more beautiful than most women in the world. Teacher Ruo, this time, the lives of the Qi dynasty's people are in your hands. You are. The Qi Emperor's expression towards this handsome man in black robes was extremely respectful. If someone saw him right now, they would suspect that the handsome man in black robes was the real Qi Emperor. It is all right to speak to other people, but there is no need to be so shameless in front of me. The handsome man in black robes did not seem to think of him as an emperor at all. He interrupted him with slight displeasure. Since I have had you build such a dark palanquin, I naturally do not cherish my life after coming to Deer Mountain. I have never thought of returning alive. What else do you have to worry about? Being directly exposed by this black-robed handsome man and being called shameless, Emperor Qi laughed embarrassedly. He was not angry but said even more respectfully, if you don't like to hear these words, I won't say them. But if there's anything else you want me to do, please let me know. The handsome man in black robes shook his head and said, no need. You just have to remember what you promised me. After I die, deliver my body to my disciple. The Qi Emperor said awkwardly, how can I definitely die? The handsome man in black robes frowned and said, "You were afraid that I would not die earlier, and now you say such things. Do you not find it boring and shameless?" The Qi Emperor shook his head and sighed. "I cannot look down on the world like Yuanwu and the others. A mediocre person like me, if I do not even know how to say such heartwarming words, then I really am useless." The handsome man in black robes looked at him for a moment and said sincerely, "You are too humble." The night was coming. The Qi Emperor's carriage finally arrived at the foot of Deer Mountain. The three emperors had arrived and were only waiting for the Qin Emperor. Boom! The armored warship that had traveled through the Wu Mountains and the turbulent waters finally reached the shore. There was an enormous roar like thunder, and also like the world was groaning in pain. White waves rose like snow between the ship and the rocks on the shore. The Yuanwu Emperor stepped out and was the first to land on the shore. Many drops of water fell on his dragon robe and landed in the eyes of the dragon. The dragon's eyes immediately lit up as though it had come alive. The Yuanwu Emperor raised his head. In the bloody storm 3 years before his ascension, the Qin dynasty had been greatly weakened. The following battle against the Chu had been a great loss. So, starting 3 years after Yuanwu, he and the entire Qin dynasty had been enduring and conserving their strength. At this time, he was like a sword that had been sheathed for many years being unsheathed. The Yuanwu Emperor moved. He didn't use any carriages. He just walked at the front. In the battles many years ago, he and the many powerful cultivators that had followed him had always been the first to charge at the front of the battle formation. But now, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Wind blew everywhere. 4 huge clouds swept across the sky, forming 4 huge pillars of clouds that supported the heavens and the earth. Countless stars flashed in the center of these 4 pillars of cloud. It was like he had plucked a piece of the sky and embedded it in the center of these 4 pillars of cloud. The mountains around Deer Mountain were silent. Suddenly, many people in the mountains sensed something and turned to look in the direction of Wu Mountain. The flowing light above Deer Mountain was attracted by an indescribable power and flowed in the direction of Wu Mountain. It formed countless lines of light in the sky that stretched for many miles. In everyone's sight, the 4 enormous cloud pillars and the flashing stars slowly appeared. All of the light fell into the stars and returned to one. But the 4 enormous cloud pillars and the stars did not move and calmly accepted everything. The mountains around Deer Mountain were filled with the strongest grandmasters in the world. But when they saw this scene, they were shocked. For them, this was still a grand state that was hard to describe and incomprehensible. The aura of a few people reacted because their minds were too shaken. With a boom, a crimson-red energy suddenly surged out of the mountain that had been sealed by the sword mark and charged into the sky. The crimson-red light lit up the entire mountain like an enormous torch. At the same time, an unimaginably majestic stream of water vapor rushed out from the mountain that Guodongjiang occupied. In an instant, it formed a huge blue water dragon that rushed straight into the sky. Its body seemed to be solid as it passed through the clouds. Half a breath later, a mountain appeared with purple light like thousands of orchids blooming at the same time. These auras were all profound and grand to the extreme. However, if anyone were to judge them, they couldn't compare to the 4 cloud pillars and the starry sky. Ding Ning frowned deeply as he looked at the 4 cloud pillars and the sky approaching. His eyes flashed like stars in the night. The Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation was higher than he had expected. In the main hall of the palace at the peak of Deer Mountain, the old king of Chu held consort Zhao Xiong's hand and sighed emotionally. After so long, in the Qin dynasty, in the world, there is finally a second grandmaster who has reached this level. The equally old Mo Shouqing looked at the 4 cloud pillars and the sky, his eyes filled with emotion. Only people like him truly knew what kind of price one had to pay to become an emperor for all eternity. It should be enough. He turned and said softly to Pan Ruoy. Pan Ruoy nodded. The vital energy that she had not recovered much surged out of her body. A white light stabbed into the sky above the mountain like a sword. Ding Ning's brow furrowed deeply again. This kind of power could only be used to mark or let people know her use on this mountain. What were she and Mo Shouqing waiting for? Chapter 200. As the 4 cloud pillars came closer to the foot of Deer Mountain, Ding Ning's frown deepened. Under the cover of these 4 cloud pillars, the Qin dynasty troops could not see them clearly in the darkness. The Yuanwu emperor did not walk quickly. His entire body was in a strange energy. It did not seem like his body was moving, but invisible primal energies of the universe were pushing him forward. He walked on an invisible path in the world. His walking seemed to be pulling on an invisible seal. Every person in the Qin dynasty army behind him felt their footsteps lighten. They even felt threads of primal energies of the universe that they usually could not feel seeping into their bodies. The surface of their skin gave off layers of faint golden light. In the past, when he had killed Bai Shanshui and Zhao Yi, he had only used limited power and used the Empress to attack. But at that time, only the top cultivators of Changling had sensed his cultivation. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had endured and gone into seclusion for this Deer Mountain conference. Now that he had truly shown his cultivation, everyone in the Qin dynasty army felt even more awe. But what puzzled them was that the bureau chief of the clan law bureau, Huang Jinwei, who had been following behind the Yuanwu emperor and was just a person's length away from the Yuanwu emperor, did not change at all. Huang Jinwei's entire body seemed to be separated from this invisible talisman, and there was no change compared to usual. The ordinary cultivators in the Qin dynasty army, and even Marquis Shu, who was as heavy as a mountain, did not understand. For this procession, the Qin dynasty Yuanwu emperor was walking at the front, but there were vanguard troops and ceremonial officials who had come ahead of him. Along the way, they had made arrangements with the other 3 dynasties and set up their own defense zones and camps. Along the way, some troops and cultivators had set up camp. The closer they got to the foot of Deer Mountain, the fewer people following behind the Yuanwu emperor. An indigo figure suddenly appeared in front of the Yuanwu emperor's path. Even though the people following the Yuanwu emperor were the best of the Qin dynasty, and even if the Yuanwu emperor did not act, no grandmaster could match the elite forces of a dynasty gathered here. But when they saw this indigo figure appear, most of the people behind the Yuanwu emperor grew nervous. General Fang has worked hard. The Yuanwu emperor did not stop and said in praise. The indigo figure bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, Holy One." All the nervous people immediately relaxed. They were slightly shocked. The mighty General Fang who had been guarding the pass had been transferred over. "Follow this lonely." The Yuanwu emperor walked past Fang Xiong and said gently. Dressed in indigo robes, Fang Xiong stilled slightly. He was not used to the Yuanwu emperor calling himself this lonely. But he immediately nodded in agreement and followed silently. What is important? The Yuanwu emperor did not look back. His gaze was fixed forward. But after Fang Xiong started to walk, he suddenly asked. Fang Xiong frowned slightly. He looked up at the back of this powerful emperor and said, "The world is important." The Yuanwu emperor showed a satisfied expression. "This lonely is very satisfied with your answer. You have worked hard outside the pass. After this conference, you can return to Changling to rest," he said directly. Then he paused and slowly said, "As long as this lonely one is here, I can guarantee your Fang family's safety and wealth." Such a promise from the emperor's golden mouth was an unimaginable reward for any prestigious family. But Fang Xiong's expression was still calm. He was calm because he knew what kind of price he had to pay. He also knew what kind of deeper meaning he would have after making such a promise. "Thank you, Holy One, for your kindness." He bowed slightly in thanks. "Interesting," the Yuanwu emperor said coolly. He did not say this to Fang Xiong, but to an ordinary pine tree on the side of the path. The moment he spoke, the air was slightly distorted. A layer of soft blackness, darker than the night, spread out on a branch of the pine tree. The blackness seemed to form the shape of a curled-up infant. But when the Yuanwu emperor's gaze landed on it, the blackness quickly dissipated. Huang Jinwei and Fang Xiong exchanged a look and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. At this time, on the peak of Deer Mountain, in a newly built and majestic tent, a wisp of black flame suddenly surged out of the fingers of the black-robed handsome man in the black palanquin parked at the north. It jumped in the air like a candle before being extinguished. Interesting. Emperor Qi looked at him anxiously, but he shook his head and said after pondering for a while. Looking at the 4 clouds, Ding Ning took a deep breath. His furrowed brows relaxed. Then he closed his eyes, leaned against the trunk of a withered tree and started to rest. He was still too far from the Yuanwu Emperor and Deer Mountain. His cultivation was too lacking. So at this time, he could not see all the clashes on Deer Mountain. There was no meaning in watching now. Only when the conference truly started, when the experts attacked with all their power, could he see clearly the moves of these people who might interact with him in the future. A stone step appeared in front of the Yuanwu Emperor. This was the first step on the path to Deer Mountain that faced him. Only when he stepped on this step could he truly begin to ascend Deer Mountain. The 4 emperors had gathered. Tomorrow would be the true start of the Deer Mountain Conference. Yet, the moment he stepped onto the stairs, Emperor Yuanwu's lips curled into a strong and confident smile. For him, the true conference had begun. In the distant plains, the black clouds roiled, the wind howled, and light scattered. The powerful primal energies of the universe caused by the terrifying presences spread through the plains. Even the grandmasters on the mountains around Deer Mountain could not sense it from a great distance. But as the only realm 8, Emperor Yuanwu could faintly sense the abnormality in the world. In the pitch-black plains, a wolf came from the distant meadow. It was the leader of the wolf pack. It was exceptionally strong and had an exceptionally sensitive sense of smell. It smelled the scent of countless fresh blood, and there seemed to be a kind of indescribable wonderful taste condensed in it. It made it feel that as long as it could devour this kind of flesh, there would definitely be great benefits. But when it burrowed out of the long grass and saw the scene in front of it, this usually bloodthirsty and violent wolf curled up on the ground in terror and started to tremble. Tens of thousands of people, horses, and carriages appearing in one place at the same time, especially in the midst of a chaotic battle, was a terrifying matter. Also, there were countless cultivators here. The brightest flashes in the sky were not the lightning in the storm or the meteor shower, but the trajectories of many seal weapons and rare flying swords that gathered primal energies of the universe. At the center of the battlefield whirlpool formed by tens of thousands of people, wild winds, snowstorms, rain of fire, thick fog, they appeared and mixed together. Even the ground seemed to have turned into many different small worlds that underwent different changes. Realm 3 and 4 swordsmen could be seen everywhere. The terrifying explosions and shockwaves created by sword attacks became insignificant existences at this time. Due to the extreme speed of the flying swords, the sky above the centermost area of the battlefield was almost completely covered by a dense net of sword light. The speed at which the flying swords reaped lives was naturally astonishing as well. In the suffocating air, who knew how many streaks of blood would splatter out in every breath of time? But even these powerful cultivators who controlled flying swords were not much different from ordinary soldiers in a battle like this. The primal energies of the universe were controlled by countless thoughts and were extremely chaotic. A flying sword that had been flying well could lose control in the next moment without any warning due to encountering a turbulent flow. Even the cultivators who had been controlling their flying swords could encounter multiple swordsmen charging at them, or even dozens of seal chariots. For any experienced general, they could know at a glance that this was the end of a great battle. All of the formations and commands that had been used at the start of the battle were no longer effective. In this type of battle where even the central armies of both sides were caught in a bitter struggle, apart from some powerful military equipment that hadn't been put into use yet, there were also powerful cultivators who still had some fighting strength left. Among the dozens of destroyed seal chariots, there was a general dressed in light blue armor who had not yet acted. The color of his armor was very close to the color of the seal chariots around him. He stood silently like a part of the abandoned chariots, and did not attract attention. Occasionally, the swordsman who charged over would be killed by some of the guards around him. At this time, his gaze was fixed on a cultivator dozens of feet away. That cultivator was dressed in moon-white robes. He looked extremely weak, but he was very strong. At least a dozen cultivators had been killed by this person, including 2 Realm 5 experts. Chapter 201. The sword the cultivator in moon-white robes held was also moon-white. After his vital energy flowed into the body of the sword, the primal energies of the universe gathered into a thin glowing light that flowed on the surface of the sword. This sword looked light, but it was unusually tough and sharp. The two cultivators above the fifth realm that he had killed had been cut in half along with the weapons in their hands. The general, who stood silently like a part of the abandoned chariot, was extremely patient. He waited until the light on the moon-white sword dimmed before he suddenly moved. A muffled sound suddenly came from under his feet, as if a giant hammer had struck something wrapped in cotton. Such a sound was not noticeable in the battle formation, where even the wolves in the distance were trembling. But in the next moment, this indigo-armored general became the focus of everyone's eyes. 2 rows of waves of energy spread to the sides as his body advanced. The surging power caused all the soldiers in his path to flip to the sides. His indigo armor had originally looked unpatterned in the night, but now it was covered in dense black gold seal scripts. Scorching hot air collided with these seal scripts, causing golden sparks to fly. Sensing the presence coming from this general's body, the swordsman in moon-white robes paled. This was his weakest moment, but from a certain point of view, this was the strongest moment of his life. Because the enemy was unprecedentedly strong, he had to use all of his power, including his last life-saving measure. A pure white crystal with the unique presence of a life bond item floated in front of him. Pure white flames flowed into the long sword in his hand. At the same time, the rumbling sound of a giant mountain moving came from the sky. Many flying swords in the sky whined in terror and dodged. Uncontrollable cries of shock rang out one after another. While they saw this swordsman in moon-white robes kill people like grass, and even casually kill Realm 5 experts, this person had been hiding himself. Only now did the crowd realize this person was a true Realm 7 Grandmaster. At this time, the indigo-armored general was in front of him. There was a sharp cracking sound. A blinding purple flame came out of the general's hand. Boom! A muffled drum beat sounded in the world. However, this muffled sound drowned out most of the sounds on the battlefield at this moment, causing everyone's hearts to violently jump. The figure of the swordsman in moon-white robes disappeared. When the surrounding people recovered, they found this Realm 7 swordsman's body had turned into a flowing white light in the night, and he had been sent flying back countless feet. The indigo-armored general stood motionlessly at his spot. His figure appeared to be incomparably tall because the green armor on his body began to crack. Those runes that flickered with golden light seemed to have absorbed the force of the clash just now, but the result was that the green armor itself began to crack, blown away by the roiling true essence on his body. Inside the shattered green armor was a middle-aged man with a thin figure. His right hand gripped a purple object that looked like a short stick. His face was haggard and melancholy, but he had unspeakable determination. General Fan, in such a long and chaotic battle, even a Realm 7 expert was powerless. The other people were naturally even more tired. Yet the moment this middle-aged man appeared, countless cheers and shouts sounded. Many people seemed to gain strength and courage, and even the confidence to win. In a battle like this, in this world, only one general with the surname Fan could give his soldiers such confidence. The Chu dynasty, the victorious General Fan Dongliu. One side was the Chu army, and the other side was mostly dressed in black robes and armor. Most of the cultivators were swordsmen. This was the army of the Qin dynasty. Hearing the joyful shouts and cheers, it was possible to conclude that this was the original general of the Chu army, and most people did not know that Fan Dongliu was here. Seeing the Grandmaster in moon-white robes being sent flying by a blow, several nearby swordsmen dressed in light armor or cloth robes had sorrowful expressions and leapt towards Fan Dongliu. Fan Dongliu's expression was normal. The purple object in his right hand gave off a gem-like light, and an unique energy entered his body. But his right hand remained motionless. His left hand used his fingers as a sword, shooting out purple sword lights and easily killing these swordsmen. He was one of the few experts of the Chu dynasty, and his strength far surpassed Realm 7 Grandmasters of the same level. He had not moved in the previous battle because he wanted to play a decisive role now. Once he killed these swordsmen, his body flew up and headed north. With a speed faster than most flying swords, he landed on a large and heavy chariot. This chariot was shaped like a square cauldron. It was different from ordinary chariots, and there were strange metal nets around it to prevent the attacks of seal weapons. There was an old man sitting alone in the middle of the chariot. This old man did not use a sword, but each time his presence vibrated, a part of the ground on the battlefield would roil, and the Chu cultivators on it would immediately disappear. In Fan Donglio's eyes, this old man was the most threatening person on the battlefield right now. The other had Realm 7 cultivation, and this old man's every attack seemed to be controlling the situation of the entire battlefield. Each of his attacks was accumulating victory for the Qin army. Fan Dongliu could not think of a general like this in the Qin dynasty other than those he was familiar with. However, he was certain that as long as he could kill this old man, this battle would end with their victory. The Grandmaster in moon-white robes was Gongyang Ningyi from the Luotian sword school. He was the only person who could pose a fatal threat to him on his way to assassinate this old man. At this time, he had used a dozen cultivators and a piece of golden armor to deal with this threat. In his view, no one else could interfere with his fight with this old man. However, at this moment, Fan Dongliu suddenly felt an unusual aura. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the endless sky above him. In the endless sky, several white streams of light suddenly appeared. These streaks of white light were not the brilliance of flying swords, but real flames. Above the boundless sky, white sparks fell from the sky. In this moment, Fan Dongliu thought of many stories. In the past, sparks like this had appeared many times on the battlefields between the Qin dynasty and the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. Many famous generals had died in such sparks. This represented one of the strongest inheritances of the Basin Kendo ground. But the legendary female cultivator who had used this power many times had completely changed her identity. Admirable. Fan Dongliu had an indescribable bitterness at the corners of his mouth. He immediately guessed the identity of the old man. The disbelief in his eyes quickly turned to emotion. He murmured softly to himself, "I had not expected even you to leave Changling and come here. Then isn't Changling an empty city now? Dear mountain." The sky was about to brighten. There were only a few stone steps left in front of the Yuanwu Emperor. From the time the armored warship had docked at the shoal closest to Deer Mountain, walking all the way here, to now climbing the mountain, he had used a night. In his perception, he could no longer feel the unusual vibrations from the distant plains. He knew that the dust of that great battle had settled. A confident smile appeared at the corners of his mouth again. Coincidentally, at this time, in the sky that was about to turn white, a thin meteor streaked across. A general star has fallen, good luck. This type of astrology would naturally be judged and recorded by historians. However, he had already made his judgment and said this to Huang Zhenwei behind him. In his view, the history books of the future would be decided by him. Chapter 202. The morning wind at the peak of Deer Mountain was slightly cold. The etiquette officials of the 4 dynasties had prepared for many years for the conference and had practiced many times. The 4 dynasties stood side by side like 4 tigers chasing a deer. Naturally, they all had their enmity. But these etiquette officials appeared to be close and coordinated. They did not even speak loudly. In the imperial camp of the Qi dynasty, the handsome man in black robes walked out of the black sedan. He looked at the flags, golden battle axes, stars, squats, standing gourds, my staff, imperial staff and other things as they appeared. Closest to the throne were horsetail whisks, golden cauldrons, incense boxes, wash bowls, spittle bowls, golden bottles of various sizes and other miscellaneous items. What this kind of alliance meeting needs the most is a martial arts stage, but they just have to make it so complicated. How hypocritical. A cold judgment came from his mouth and landed in the ears of the Qi Emperor next to him. The Qi Emperor smiled almost wretchedly and said, "This is not hypocrisy. The more complicated the etiquette, the more solemn it will feel. At least, it will remind us that ruling the world is not a child's play. It will make us more careful in our words and decisions." The handsome man in black robes frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, "Reasonable. The Qi emperor looked at the handsome man in black robes who seemed to understand and was slightly happy. Then he immediately became worried. He said, "Of the Qin people who came to Deer Mountain with Yuanwu, 2 important people are missing." The handsome man in black robes glanced at him and did not seem very interested. The Qi emperor continued, "Li Sai and Hu Hai also left Changling with the Yuanwu emperor, but they are not at Deer Mountain. You do not have to worry about anything." The handsome man in black robes turned to look at the Yang dynasty's camp and said coolly, "Victory is not here. Even if you have to take the lead, it will not be your turn." The Qi emperor was shocked. He looked in incomprehension at the handsome man in black robes. He saw where the handsome man was looking and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it enough?" The black-robed handsome man coldly shouted, interrupting his words. The drums and flutes sounded and purple smoke rose. In the tent of the great Yang dynasty, a man walked out of a steaming bathtub. Countless water droplets rolled down from his silky smooth skin like dewdrops rolling on grass. The 2 palace maids were both worldly characters. Han Chuanshui's face was like congealed cream, and white jasmine was like a soft veil. Their faces were incomparably beautiful. At this time, seeing this man walk out of the bathtub naked, looking at his perfect figure without a trace of fat, the 2 palace maids couldn't help but blush. However, there was not much shyness in their eyes, only a strange respect. The man did not hesitate in the slightest. Under the service of the 2 palace maids, he put on a clean gauze robe and nodded slightly to express his thanks. "Thank you, teacher." A general in golden armor was already waiting outside the tent. When he saw the man walk out, he immediately bowed and led the way. A crown was placed in front of them, and the 4 emperors began to take their seats. This man followed closely behind Emperor Yang. The Yuanwu emperor's gaze met the gaze of the other 3 emperors. In the spring of the 12th year of Yuanwu, the Deer Mountain Conference officially started at the peak of Deer Mountain. The 4 emperors were the highest existences in the world. They did not bow to each other. Their own ceremonial officials had already paid respects to the world, ghosts, and gods. The 4 emperors each had a personal attendant. Sitting next to the Yuanwu emperor was Huang Jinwei. Sitting next to the emperor of Chu was not consort Zhao, but the new crown prince, Li Lingjun. Sitting next to the emperor of Yang was the man who had just bathed. Sitting next to the emperor of Qi was naturally the handsome man in black robes. All the ceremonies were finished. The scene was silent. Other than the 4 emperors and their 4 attendants, everyone present had grave expressions as they waited for the emperor of Chu to speak. In the great battle in the 3rd year of Yuanwu, the emperor of Chu and his Chu dynasty had won against the Qin dynasty, and caused the Qin dynasty to sign an agreement with the Chu, Qi, and Yang dynasties. No matter how old he appeared, he was still the host of this conference. The most important content of the agreement was the ownership of Yangshan Commandery, the spoils of war of the Chu dynasty. "I need 3 years. Before this, everyone had been guessing what the emperor of Chu would say and what he would do. Yet, without any opening, the emperor of Chu directly revealed the answer. He looked calmly at the Yuanwu emperor and said, "Retreat needs time." The emperor of Qi frowned slightly. But thinking of the words of the handsome man in black robes, he pressed his lips together and did not speak. Returning Yangshan Commandery was naturally the best guarantee to avoid war. But to ask for a buffer of 3 years without any additional conditions, this concession seemed to be too great. The Yuanwu emperor nodded slightly. The emperor of Yang, who had been the most cautious in Mo Shouqing's judgment, frowned slightly and was about to speak. Everyone felt that the Yuanwu emperor would immediately agree. No need for 3 years. Yet the Yuanwu emperor refused. Before he could say no, the emperor of Yang sensed something was wrong and suddenly looked up. Yangshan Commandery has returned to the Qin dynasty. The Yuanwu emperor calmly continued to speak. His voice rumbled into everyone's ears like thunder. With the 4 emperors gathered, no one else had to consider any major matters. So the cultivators of the dynasties were all at peace. When Emperor Yuanwu spoke, the entire Deer Mountain trembled, and countless murderous energies attacked. All the dewdrops on the grass that had yet to disappear were shaken off and scattered in the air, then twisted into fine mist by the chaotic aura. Li Lingjuan's face was snowy white. His hands clenched and trembled slightly. The ownership of Yangshan Commandery was the most important matter of the Deer Mountain Conference. Yet no one had expected the Yuanwu Emperor to attack Yangshan Commandery before the conference. Only news had reached Deer Mountain at this time. This meant that the battle had happened last night. The Emperor of Chu frowned slightly. His face was covered in age spots and wrinkles. With this frown, he appeared to have aged slightly. Yet his expression was still calm. He said slowly, "In the past, the agreement was not to attack each other. You have violated the agreement." When the Emperor of Chu said this, the clouds above Deer Mountain danced with more killing intent. The Yuanwu Emperor shook his head and said, "Yangshan Commandery is borrowed, not given. The past agreement stated this, and the agreement only agreed not to invade the borders of the other dynasties. This Yangshan Commandery belongs to the Qin dynasty. If we send troops in, we will not cross the Chu borders. How can we violate the agreement?" This was a literary skill. For anyone, this was an argument. Yet everyone knew that Yangshan Commanderess' return to the Qin dynasty was an established fact. What shocked the people of Chu dynasty the most was that Chu dynasty had so many soldiers in Yangshan Commandery. How could the Qin army take down Yangshan Commandery at such a rapid speed? Marvelous. A new voice sounded. It was only 2 words, but everyone present was shocked. Only the Qi Emperor's eyes flashed with light. He knew that the black-robed man's words had become the truth. The one who had spoken was the Yang Emperor, who was sitting in an exceptionally proper and cautious posture. Taking back Yangshan Commandery while the experts are gathered here, such a plan is marvelous. Yet, even if you can find some loopholes in the agreement, we have come here in person to discuss the ownership of Yangshan Commandery. You are making a joke of us by doing this first. Everyone present knew that the Yang Emperor was the most cautious. Even if he had an opposing opinion, he would be the last to speak. No one had expected him to be the first to speak. As he spoke, even many people from the Yang dynasty were shocked. The Yuanwu Emperor's expression did not change. He said, "This is not a joke. I am just resolving a problem first." Problem? Just a word of trouble, and how many people have been beheaded? I am an ordinary man, but I dare to stain myself with blood. Please. The Yang Emperor did not speak. The clean man sitting next to him stood up and tore off a piece of his sleeve. For the Yang dynasty, such an action was an invitation to a duel. The sky above Deer Mountain suddenly darkened. The air and light seemed to freeze. Most of the people held their breaths as well. While everyone knew that such a scene would occur, no one had expected it to come so quickly. They had not expected the first to come out would be the Yang dynasty, and their attitude would be so clear. In a situation like this clean man represented the Yang Emperor. The Yuanwu Emperor naturally could not refuse such an invitation to a duel. In the tense atmosphere, no one knew if the Yuanwu Emperor would personally accept the challenge. The Yuanwu Emperor did not pause. He said calmly, "General Fang, accept the challenge for this lonely one." Fang Xiong, who was sitting quietly at the back, was not surprised. He bowed and said, "Yes." Then he slowly stood up. A series of small sounds could be heard. The officials of the 4 dynasties had prepared for this event for many years, and were naturally prepared for such a scene. The ceremonial instruments quickly moved aside. An empty space appeared 100 paces in front of the 4 emperors. "It is Yang." On the mountain where Ding Ning was, Pan Ruoy turned slightly to look at Mo Shouqing and said coldly, "Yang Quangren, lead Saitian." Mo Shouqing sank into deep thought. The first to attack was the Yang dynasty, and they used such a direct method. There had to be extraordinary meaning behind this. He started to guess at the possibilities. Ding Ning looked at the peak of Deer Mountain and also started to guess at the possibilities. Fu Su could not help but be shocked and said, "The best seal master of the Yang dynasty, how is it possible?" Chapter 203. Yang Quangren Lead Saitian's name was very arrogant. From ancient times until now, even emperors thought of the world as the greatest. Many people had the character Tian in their names, but most of them were Jingtian, tiening, and so on. Anything like heaven opening, or heaven splitting had the meaning of deviating from the path. Li Tsaitian had been a nameless paper-cutting boy in the paper seal workshop, but when he started to cultivate, he called himself Tsaitian. This was very arrogant. But the arrogance of some people often made people feel helpless. Li Tsaitian was not just the cultivator with the fastest advancement in the Yang dynasty in the past 50 years. After reaching Realm 7, he, who came from the Xielin Seal sect, had taught almost every elder in the sect a lesson. Most importantly, all the elders who had been taught a lesson by him were still very convinced. This was because he had modified almost all of the talismans that these elders knew. Moreover, after his modifications, the power of these talismans had greatly increased. In the end, he was recognized as the #1 talisman master of the Yang dynasty. In addition, he often gave public lectures at the Xielin talisman sect, and never avoided discussing talismans with other sects. Countless Yang cultivators had received his teachings, so in the Yang dynasty, most people respectfully called him Teacher Xie, meaning that he was the most respected and representative teacher of the Xielin talisman sect. A person like him not only had powerful cultivation, but also had extraordinary creativity due to his arrogance and strong comprehension. In the eyes of everyone, he was a valuable asset of the Yang dynasty. It was a great surprise that the Yang dynasty was the first to attack, and it was even more inconceivable that someone like him would attack. The Emperor of Qi frowned deeply. In reality, in order to find out who would follow the Yuanwu Emperor to Deer Mountain, he had paid a great price. He had some understanding of Fang Xiong. Now that the Yang dynasty had attacked first, he should have revealed some information to the Emperor of Yang or Li Tsaitian. But he listened to the black-robed man's words to watch the show and remained silent. The Emperor of Chu stroked his beard in thought. He felt that even if the Yang dynasty wanted to express goodwill to the Chu, they did not need to pay such a price. Since this was the case, then it was the Yang dynasty's own problem. What kind of game was the Yang dynasty playing? When grandmasters fought, even if they did not really fight, just gathering power was enough to cause the primal energies of the universe to change. In the sky above Fang Xiong, a streak of green energy slowly invaded the white clouds, causing several white clouds to twist like green scales. On Li Tsaitian's side of the sky, a white line slowly appeared as if a hole had been cut in the blue sky. The mountains around Deer Mountain were deathly silent. The air seemed to have been frozen and could not move. There was no sound of wind in the mountains. Li Tsaitian was arrogant by nature. Facing Fang Xiong's bow, he looked up at the sky arrogantly and said softly, "This kind of battle is a joy in life. But it is a pity that I cannot personally ask the Yuanwu Emperor for advice." Fang Xiong calmly straightened his body, looked at him and said, "To me, you are already the best opponent, so I have no regrets. From this, I have already won." Li Tsaitian shook his head. "I have nothing to worry about. I bathed and purified my body. My essence, energy, and spirit are at their peak, so we're even." Fang Xiong nodded. There was a deafening boom. As he nodded, a bright ripple appeared in the air between the two and spread to the sides. While it gave off a deafening sound, the ripple was just light, and not something intangible. Thought sword art. There were countless grandmasters present, each with their own mysterious and unfathomable means. However, when they saw the bright and invisible ripples, more than half of them changed their expressions and confirmed that they were no match for the two people present. Using thought power to form a sword was for speed. But Fang Xiong's thought sword attack was close to a true flying sword. Such a method rarely appeared in records, but Li Tsaitian's use of thought to form a seal was just as astounding. "Please." Fang Xiong spoke and reached forward. A straight and dark sword light appeared in his hand and stabbed at Li Tsaitian. Hearing him speak, it seemed that in his view, just now, the thought sword attack was just a test, and not a true attack. The path of the sword was ordinary, but it carried an indescribable power that could split mountains. The overly straight and sharp sword energy cut off many of the paths of the primal energies of the universe in the air, causing many of the Yang dynasty seal masters present to turn pale. In front of such a seemingly ordinary sword attack, they could not even cast a complete seal. Li Tsaitian had never encountered such a sword attack. He frowned slightly, and a square seal that looked like green jade appeared at the fingertip of his left hand. With a soft puff, an extremely pure yuan qi gushed out from the green talisman. His body suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Fang Xiong. Uncontrollable gasps sounded. Li Caitian's action looked simple, but under the pressure of such a sword energy, such a simple scene contained the principles of primal energies of the universe that most Realm 7s could not understand. The sword move was straightforward, but Li Caitian was behind it. If his attack missed, Fang Xiong would undoubtedly lose. Yet the gasps were not because of Li Caitian, but because of Fang Xiong's attack. Fang Xiong's forward figure did not change at all. A dot of light appeared at the tip of his sword. His sword passed through this dot of light, and the blade was bathed in a layer of wondrous light. All of the sword energy in front of the blade disappeared. Behind him, countless white streams of turbulence appeared. Each stream of white turbulence was a stream of pure sword qi. The white turbulence completely covered Li Caitian's body. Li Caitian's expression was calm. A yellow seal paper flew out of his hand and hit the ground. All of Deer Mountain shook slightly. Thousands of yellow dust suddenly surged out from the ground under his feet. The white turbulence and the floating yellow dust met. Time seemed to have slowed down, and the air seemed to have become heavy, as if many mountains had suddenly filled the air. Before the white turbulence and the yellow dust had any changes, Fang Xiong's body suddenly shook slightly. His face paled, and faint blood foam came out of his nostrils. This instant of confrontation actually ended with him being injured. However, at this moment, his left hand was also raised behind him. An indigo sword energy flew out of his index and middle fingers like a dragon scale. In a flash, it disappeared from everyone's perception. There was a soft sound. A sword hole appeared on Li Caitian's left shoulder. Blood sprayed out, and the yellow dust turned blood red. Good sword. Li Caitian's expression was grave as he looked at Fang Xiong's back. Fang Xiong turned around, looked at him, and said solemnly, "Good seal." Both of them were injured, and both of them praised the other's methods. However, the confrontation between the two of them did not stop at all. The moment Li Caitian said "good sword," an enormous shadow fell from the sky. Fang Xiong's black longsword was no longer in his hand. His hands were empty. The huge shadow that fell from the sky was actually a huge sword that was as big as a mountain. This was an unimaginable scene. Not just the people present at the peak of Deer Mountain, even the people on the other mountains around Deer Mountain could clearly see such an enormous sword. Or rather, they could clearly see an enormous dragon. Under the constant influx of yuan qi from the surroundings, the dragon scale sword grew many times larger. Every scale on the sword had turned into a huge black rock without any light. Just from this, everyone would feel that the sword had turned into countless huge rocks. But at this moment, at the tip of the sword, there were two bright yellow flames burning. The two bright yellow flames flashed with cold and ruthless emotions. A powerful presence completely different from Fang Xiong's own, a gaze that looked down on all life, fell from the two flames. This was an aura that only a certain kind of extremely powerful demon beast could possess. When beasts reached a certain level of power, they could not be described as yarrow. In a long period of human history, they were only feared, worshipped, and regarded as king. Many serpents in the world had similar presences. So this could only be a true dragon's breath. The legend was true. The Fang Marquis Residence's dragon-scale sword was really tempered with dragon blood and fused with the vital essence of some kind of dragon. Emperor Qi lifted his head and stared at the huge sword. His eyes widened to the extreme and his heart was filled with shock and emotions. Even if he had known that the legends were true, he would never have imagined that this sword could produce such a change, nor would he have imagined that Fang Xiong could use such a sword. So this is your true power. No wonder the Yuanwu Emperor would have you accept the challenge. Li Caitian looked at this enormous sword and sighed as though he had woken up. His hand gave off the presence of a life bond item. What appeared in his hand was only a yellowish talisman. Everyone fell into an even greater state of shock. Because the seal paper in his hand did not have any seal scripts, and was an ordinary yellow seal paper. The life bond item of the best seal master of the Yang dynasty was an ordinary seal paper that could be cut into any shape, and did not have any power. Now, Li Saitian was using this life bond item to cut this seal paper into what shape? But to everyone's surprise, Li Saitian did not cut this incomplete paper into any shape. What he did was simply folding paper. He folded this seal paper in half. Chapter 204. The seal paper folded in half and disappeared from his hand. When the seal paper disappeared from his hand, a transparent and glowing line suddenly appeared in the sky above him. This transparent and glowing line did not make any sound when it appeared, but after it appeared, there was an enormous sound in the sky above his head, followed by countless other explosions. These explosions came from the dragon scale sword. At this time, between each of the enormous black rock-like scales. Each of these enormous black rock-like scales originally had a certain gap between them. Each gap was a seal script, and a passage for energy to flow. However, at this moment, every scale was being squeezed together by an unimaginable force. This type of feeling was just like there were countless black rocks in a silent harbor, between which was a giant armored ship. However, in this instant, the black rocks and the giant armored ship were forcibly pressed together by a type of indescribable power, fiercely colliding and rubbing against each other. The two bright yellow flames at the tip of the dragon scale sword flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. But the power of the dragon scale sword came mostly from the power flowing in the seal scripts. At this moment, this cold and ruthless emotion lost the support of power, and was like a pair of dying eyes. Countless cultivators present looked up at this scene, their faces growing paler, and their eyes filled with more and more awe. That transparent crystal pattern was not a seal line, or a crack, but an incomprehensible crease. In the space above his head, all the primal energies of the universe twisted and folded, giving people the feeling that two spaces were folding in this moment. There was no fierce collision or sharp killing intent, but just the grinding of energy seemed to wipe out all the seal scripts on the dragon scale sword, and caused the sword's power to mostly disappear. Fang Xiong took a deep breath. Each of the enormous black rock-like dragon scales suddenly stopped resisting the external pressure, and started to grind against each other. The edges of each black rock-like dragon scale turned red under the intense friction, and sprayed out molten red flames. The red flames connected into one. They connected into many even larger red seal scripts. A dragon roar sounded in the sky. The two bright yellow flames seemed to burn, and an even more astounding sword energy came off the sword. Many cultivators who were looking up held their breaths. The sword chi of this sword was even stronger than just now. Li Saitian's eyes were still clear and calm. He stretched out two fingers, as if he was pinching an invisible piece of paper, and slowly tore it open. Kai 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 kai, with this action of his, countless fine lines in the sky suddenly broke. In the space that was originally empty, where even the air seemed to have been forced away by the sword chi, there was suddenly the sound of strong air currents, and countless air currents gushed out of nowhere. A crack appeared in the sky. The cracks that spewed out countless streams of air on both sides were like a huge Dao sword that met the dragon scale sword. Just now, his attack was only broken. His current attack was the true power of his will of the heavens. Two forces that few people in the world could stop collided. Boom! A circle of chi wave and shockwave landed on the ground. All the rocks around Li Saitian's feet were instantly turned to dust. The entire ground caved in by a few feet and then rose into the air before disappearing by another few feet. Li Saitian's body shook as he swallowed hard. His robes turned completely red. Bloody foam appeared on the surface of his skin from the shock. But his expression was still calm. Fang Xiong's brow furrowed so deeply that multiple cracks seemed to appear between his brows. The dragon scale sword floating in the air jumped up and paused for a moment. In the next moment, countless black stone-like dragon scales left the sword and started to fly outwards. Red sparks and golden sword light scattered in the air, just like the splashing of real dragon blood. Pew 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 pew, as these dragon scales flew out, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of Fang Xiong's body, and blood gushed out from them. He was covered in wounds and covered in blood. Many people were shocked speechless. They could not even see the victor between the two. You have lost. Li Caitian looked calmly at Fang Xiong. The dragon scale sword in the sky had lost all its dragon power and was falling backwards like a piece of rusted metal. I will win. Fang Xiong shook his head and walked towards Li Caitian. A wild wind rose in front of him and then spread to the sides. Li Caitian's expression grew serious. He understood Fang Xiong's meaning. Fang Xiong's dragon scale sword had been destroyed. But Fang Xiong himself was also a sword. Threads of blood flew out of Li Caitian's fingertips and formed a blood seal in front of him. The blood of cultivators, especially those of Li Caitian's level, was the best container for primal energies of the universe. As this blood seal formed, there was a boom. Countless streets seemed to appear in the air in front of Fang Xiong. There seemed to be many invisible blades in these streets that slashed towards Fang Xiong's body. The vital energy and primal energies of the universe flowing out of Fang Xiong's body moved forward and gathered on the surface of his body. His body became the sharpest sword. These invisible blades could not cut any wounds on his body. But when the blades hit his body, they seemed to become small hammers. Fine cracking sounds could be heard from his body. These were the sounds of his meridians, bones, and even marrow rivers breaking. Fang Xiong paused. In the next moment, he fell backwards. All the cultivators of the Yang dynasty, who had been in deep shock, were overjoyed. Teacher Xie, whom they respected, was at his limit. If he could not stop Fang Xiong's attack, he would undoubtedly lose. At this time, Fang Xiong's meridians and bones were all broken. The body of a cultivator was the vessel of primal energies of the universe, and the basis of power. Now that he was defeated, victory was on their side. But Li Caitian's eyes showed no joy. Not because of his respect for Fang Xiong, but because he sensed a new sword essence. A sword essence came at him. While it did not have a true icy presence, in his mind, it was like an ice sea that fell into his world. He bowed his head. As he bowed his head, a line of blood appeared on his chest. The joy that had just appeared in the eyes of the Yang dynasty cultivators disappeared into shock and sorrow. After one line of blood, there were countless lines. These lines of blood intersected slightly. Intersecting meant being cut. What happened? A cultivator of the Yang dynasty cried out in grief. He could not understand at all. Fang Xiong's body was clearly defeated, like a broken water dipper. How could he scoop up water? The mind cannot truly surpass life and death, but it can escape the terror of life and death. Sounds could be heard. The person who answered was Li Caitian. Li Caitian's body was covered in lines of blood and was about to split into many pieces, but his actions and expression were normal. The grieving Yang dynasty cultivators started to understand. Starting from the thought sword, ending with the thought sword. Fang Xiong's strongest move from beginning to end was the thought sword. When anyone faced an enemy, they would think of killing the other. But Fang Xiong's last attack was to have Li Caitian kill him first before he attacked. This was a very simple logic. However, in order to unleash such a sword strike, one needed an incomparably firm will. In terms of cultivation, anyone could see that Li Caitian was stronger. But in a battle between cultivators, victory was not determined by cultivation. Fang Xiong's meridians and bones were all broken. Even if he was not well now, if he managed to survive, he would be a cripple with no cultivation. But Li Caitian's body was broken and he was fated to die soon. Let it be a draw. Under countless sorrowful gazes, the Yuanwu emperor looked at the emperor of Yang and said. No one objected. Because this was a battle where both sides were wounded, the emperor of Yang could not object. No one present from the Yang dynasty wanted to see Li Caitian's body split apart. The emperor of Yang bowed his head slightly and did not speak. A gentle presence came out of his body and floated towards Li Caitian's body and then wrapped around him like layers of cloth. Li Caitian's body started to turn cold and his consciousness blurred. His vitality started to dissipate from his body, but there was still an indescribable smile at the corners of his mouth. The Yuanwu emperor glanced at Fang Xiong. A soft sound came from Fang Xiong's body again. All the powerful cultivators felt that many fatal blockages in Fang Xiong's body had been opened. Multiple doctors came out of the Qin dynasty's attendants and quickly sent Fang Xiong to the tent in the back. Seeing this scene, other than the Qin people, the cultivators of the other three dynasties felt cold and were silent. While it was a draw, Li Caitian was likely the strongest cultivator of the Yang dynasty. While Fang Xiong was strong, he was not the strongest cultivator of the Qin dynasty. He was not even the strongest cultivator of the Qin dynasty other than the Yuanwu emperor. So in reality, the Qin dynasty had won. General Fang is crippled, Li Caitian is dead. Pan Ruoy said coldly and softly. Ding Ning looked at the peak of Deer Mountain and breathed as calmly as he could. The great energy changes caused him to sense the direction of Li Caitian and Fang Xiong's battle. Just a dozen years had passed, but the methods of the present top grandmasters were much different from the cultivators before the Yuanwu emperor's ascension. Change meant more unknowns and dangers. Chapter 205. The Emperor of Yang could only stop Li Caitian's body from collapsing on the mountain peak, but could not stop Li Caitian's death. The two palace attendants who had helped Li Caitian bathe and change his clothes had guessed why this respected teacher of the Yang dynasty would bathe so solemnly. But when they saw Li Caitian's body gradually turn cold after being sent into the tent, the two palace attendants still felt great sorrow and could not stop their tears. Seeing Li Caitian's life was gone, and his closed eyes would never open again, a strange light flashed across his face. His eyelashes trembled and his eyes opened. This might be the legendary final radiance of the setting sun. The two palace attendants stopped crying. They were not frightened, but nervously bent down, afraid they would miss Li Caitian's last words. Unexpectedly, Li Caitian gave them a sincere and apologetic smile. He said softly, "I have some matters to attend to and need to be alone for a while." The two beautiful palace maids knelt down and saluted before retreating from the tent. However, they had only walked a dozen or so steps before they wept even harder. In their minds, Li Caitian did not want them to see his painful appearance before death. In the silent tent, Li Caitian's breathing seemed to have disappeared, but the blackness in his eyes grew. A ball of faint black energy appeared in front of him, silently forming the shape of a curled-up baby. "I want to know why." The curled-up black energy baby was naturally not alive. Even its face was illusory and did not have any change in expression. But a low voice sounded in the air. This voice was cold and emotionless, just like the beautiful man in black robes next to the Emperor of Qi. "Only the Mountain Yin sect has such great moves. It seems you are the grandmaster of the Mountain Yin sect, Yang Ying." Li Caitian smiled slightly and said, "But why should I tell you?" The curled-up black energy baby didn't change at all, but the black-robed handsome man's voice softly sounded, "Because I know that victory or defeat doesn't lie here. Because whether you tell me or not can affect my decision." Li Caitian's smile slowly disappeared. He still did not answer the question of the beautiful man in black robes and asked, "What decision will you make?" The beautiful man in black robes did not answer his question and only said, "I do not like Yuanwu." Li Caitian laughed again. If a person's emotions were simply divided into two types, one would naturally be liking something, and the other would naturally be disliking something. For people like him and the black-robed man, this answer was already enough. There are still people on the Basin Kendo ground. He glanced at the curled-up black energy infant and said simply. The curled-up black mist baby froze for a moment, as if it had sunk into contemplation. Then, there was no more sound, and the curled-up black baby disappeared without a trace. The light in Li Caitian's eyes quickly disappeared. True death was coming, but he did not fear death. He said softly to himself, "If I still cannot kill you this time, Yuanwu Emperor, then you will not die." Li Caitian represented the Emperor of Yang. He had attacked first and died. This meant that the Emperor of Yang's punch had been easily blocked. Looking at the silent Emperor of Yang, everyone started to wait for the Emperor of Chu or the Emperor of Qi to speak. The Emperor of Chu was deep in thought. At this time, the beautiful man in black robes next to the Emperor of Qi looked up at him. The Emperor of Chu stilled slightly. The beautiful man in black robes' expression did not change, and his gaze did not seem to show any clear emotion. But the Emperor of Chu sensed something. He looked away and looked at the Yuanwu emperor. With this glance, everyone knew that he was about to speak. When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions will bleed. So if the Son of Heaven is easily angered, he will easily attract the wrath of the heavens. The Emperor of Chu looked at the Yuanwu emperor and said slowly, "My dynasty's craftsman made a seal weapon at the beginning of last year called the Heavenly Wrath. I think everyone knows." As his voice sounded, strange sounds suddenly sounded from the Chu camp in Deer Mountain as though they were responding from afar. The Yuanwu emperor's expression did not change as he waited silently. The sound grew closer and clearer. In the perception of all the cultivators on the mountain peak, there seemed to be an enormous insect flapping its wings. Some of the people who held high positions in the imperial court had nervous looks in their eyes. The Heavenly Wrath was a kind of standard seal weapon of the Chu dynasty. Supposedly, it was far more powerful than all the standard seal weapons of the Chu dynasty. The information that had been obtained through secret channels had caused people to suspect that the Heavenly Wrath was very different from the standard seal weapons. Now that the Emperor of Chu had spoken and mentioned this item with a double meaning, people felt that this item was extraordinary. The strange vibrations passed through the clouds and came closer to the peak of Deer Mountain. At this time, on a mountain peak outside Deer Mountain, Ding Ning could not hear the sound, but he sensed something strange. He sensed that the sunlight in the sky seemed to have dimmed. The sunlight falling from the sky seemed to be attracted by something. He took a deep breath and knew that something new had appeared. Gasps sounded on the peak of Deer Mountain. Many people's gazes froze. Pieces of metal reflected light passed through the clouds, leveled with the peak, and then continued to rise. These were thin pieces dozens of feet long and wide. They curved slightly like flower petals. While they gave off a metallic light, they were so thin they were almost transparent. However, under the illumination of the sun, these floating flakes lit up with golden lines. These golden lines were naturally seal scripts. But these golden lines were so complex that it was inconceivable. They overlapped like countless transparent golden cicada wings stacked together. The sunlight was slightly dim, but the temperature on the peak of Deer Mountain rose slightly. Many people could clearly sense threads of sun-true fire being absorbed into the thin pieces and gathering in the seal scripts. The metal sheet was still floating up, higher and higher. The shock in the eyes of many cultivators, especially those from the military, slowly turned into shock. The gold in the seal scripts on the metal pieces started to spill down. What fell was the condensed solar true flame, which was even denser than the rain. Wisps of true sun fire intertwined with each other, turning into streaks of golden flames that shot out like arrows. More gasps could be heard. There was no doubt that these thin pieces of metal formed a formation. The golden flames condensed by this magic array were many times more powerful than ordinary arrows, but the most important thing was the distance and the time it could last. These metal flakes were still rising higher and higher. The enormous metal pieces had turned into eagle-like shadows in the sky. At such a height, almost all ordinary seal weapons, and even most flying swords, could not touch them. It would be fine if they disappeared after one round of true fire. But most people could see that as long as the sun was bright, the sun-true fire formed by these enormous metal pieces would never stop. Pew 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 pew, ear-piercing sounds came from the cliffs on the side of Deer Mountain. There was an empty space there. As the golden flames fell, the mountain rocks were filled with scorched holes. Everyone's nose and ears were filled with the smell of burning. Balls of golden flames blossomed like flowers. The Qi Emperor's face paled slightly. These golden flames had accurately landed on the empty space between the cliffs and not on other parts of the mountain peak. This meant that the Chu dynasty had not only made seal weapons like this, but could also control seal weapons like this so accurately. These were not ordinary seal weapons, but standard seal weapons. Only seal weapons that were not made of rare materials and could not be replicated could be called standard seal weapons and be used in large numbers in the army. Then what would happen if the number of metal pieces floating in the air like these kites were increased dozens of times? The true fire that fell down would probably be enough to cover all of Deer Mountain. For an army and a dynasty, the meaning of a standard seal weapon far surpassed one or two cultivators like Li Caitian. The Deer Mountain Conference targeted the Yuanwu Emperor the most. At this time, the Qi Emperor should be gloating. However, this kind of standard seal weapon was too shocking, and he could not bring himself to gloat over it. Ding Ning's gaze moved away from the sky and landed on Mo Shoqing and Pan Ruoy in front of him. The Chu King's decades of waiting had come to nothing. He had not obtained the flesh body in the hidden place under Goddess Peak, but he had not gained nothing. These things clearly came from his research and changes to that formation. The Chu dynasty was indisputably the best in forging. But Ding Ning could see now that Mo Shoqing and Pan Ruoy were not shocked. Even if they knew what kind of standard seal weapon this heavenly wrath was, they would be shocked when they saw its power with their own eyes. There was only one reason not to be shocked. He felt slightly bitter inside. Chapter 206. Golden flames continued to spread between the cliffs. The charred rocks began to turn red, and then slowly began to melt. All of this showed the great power of the standard seal weapon of the Chu dynasty. The Emperor of Qi coughed with an ugly expression. Even the most elite armies of the dynasties, made up entirely of cultivators, were mostly Realm 3 and 4 cultivators. Cultivators above Realm 5 were in the minority. The entire battlefield had turned to boiling lava. Most cultivators could not survive. Also, the primal energies of the universe like the sun true fire were the most harmful to yin energy cultivation methods. In other words, this kind of seal weapon was the greatest threat to the Qi army. Watching the show was also somewhat difficult. Is this worth 3 years? The Emperor of Chu's white hair was illuminated gold by the golden flames falling from the sky. He bathed in this gold as he looked at the Yuanwu Emperor and asked. Everyone present understood the meaning of his words. The Yuanwu Emperor had unexpectedly taken back Yangshan Commandery the night before the Deer Mountain Conference started. But the Qin army could enter and naturally retreat. The Emperor of Chu wanted the Yuanwu Emperor to cede Yangshan Commandery for 3 more years. Almost everyone present looked at the thin metal pieces covered in golden seal scripts in the air. They did not feel this was an unreasonable request. In the view of many people, the Emperor of Chu was too old. People who were too old usually lacked drive and were too conservative. But unexpectedly, at the Emperor of Chu's question, the Yuanwu Emperor shook his head briskly and said, "Not worth it. The Starfire sword cannot defeat it." A discontent voice sounded not far behind the Emperor of Chu. The speaker was an old official dressed in purple robes from the Chu dynasty. In this kind of situation, his words were extremely disrespectful. He had overstepped the authority of the ruler, but there had always been officials who were not afraid of punishment and death. Since he had spoken, almost everyone was certain that he was in charge of supervising the creation of this seal weapon. That was why he was so angry right now. The word Starfire sword reminded everyone on the peak of Deer Mountain that the Qin dynasty still had an empress like Zheng Xiu. If even the Starfire could not break through, it meant that these seal weapons could absorb Starfire energy. But the Yuanwu Emperor did not care. He looked coolly at this old official of the Chu dynasty and said, "There is no need for the Starfire sword." As his voice sounded, the grass on Deer Mountain swayed slightly. A strange wave of energy spread out from the encampment of the Qin army at the foot of Deer Mountain. Many beams of black light surged up from the foot of the mountain and converged upward. All the light beams condensed into one. Ordinary rays of light would definitely radiate dazzling light, but this black ray of light was so condensed that it looked like a black icicle that extended endlessly into the sky. This black beam of light swept towards the floating metal pieces in the air. As expected. Fu Su looked at this scene and smiled happily. "What is this?" Ding Ning squinted and asked. He faintly felt that this was related to the things the Xie family was transporting. But he had never seen this kind of seal weapon before. Shooting Sky Wolf. Fu Su turned to look at Ding Ning. Since this important weapon had appeared at the Deer Mountain Conference, the world was fated to know. There was no need to conceal it. Shooting Sky Wolf. He repeated the name with some pride and then explained to Ding Ning. This is a seal weapon that started in the first year of Yuanwu. Now, it is complete. Shooting Sky Wolf. Ding Ning repeated the name himself, and a chill suddenly surged through his body. There were many other people who felt the same chill as him. On the peak of Deer Mountain, many people stopped breathing. Their bodies felt colder than if they had been submerged in ice water. The golden flames grew sparser. However, when the black beam of light touched the metal pieces floating in the air, they began to fall. The black light swept across all the metal pieces floating in the air. All the metal pieces fell to the ground. The golden flames all disappeared. Pew! The old official of the Dachu dynasty that spoke indignantly earlier shot out a mouthful of blood from between his lips and teeth, and then he fell backwards and fainted. The king of Chu looked at the icicle of light. More wrinkles appeared on his face. Li Lingjun looked dazedly at the falling metal pieces. Another patch of frost appeared at the roots of his hair. The atmosphere on the peak of Deer Mountain was extremely oppressive. Someone supported up the old official of the Dachu dynasty that had fainted and started to give him emergency treatment. Suddenly, someone started to cry loudly and bitterly. The ones crying were the craftsmen of the Chu dynasty. Everyone could understand what they were feeling right now. They did not know how much effort they had spent on this heavenly wrath. Originally, this was a standard seal weapon that was enough to make them famous through the ages, and even change the future of the Chu dynasty. But now, it was broken by a black light. This black light was still in the air. Looking at the solidification, it seemed to be able to exist for a long time. Just one black light was enough to destroy all the heavenly punishment. Also, judging from the Yuanwu emperor's words, the Qin dynasty could not only create one item that could create such a black light. Who is it? Among the cries, someone shouted crazily, "Who is the sinner cursed for 10,000 years? Who is the spy of the Qin dynasty? Stand out." Something like the heavenly punishment was a top secret in the Chu dynasty. But when it appeared for the first time at the Deer Mountain Conference, it had been suppressed by the Qin dynasty. The most likely possibility was that someone had leaked this secret to the Qin dynasty. Also, this person's status was not low. Otherwise, they could not have come into contact with the true secret of this item. Enough. At this time, the king of Chu shouted in a low voice. The air stilled, and all the voices behind him disappeared. There is no meaning. Murderousness flashed across his face. He recovered his calmness and said slowly. The craftsmen and officials behind him, who had been crying bitterly and angrily, knew that these words were spoken by their monarch to comfort them. However, the sadness in their hearts could not be hidden. Although they no longer spoke, they all lowered their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Long ago, when Changling started the reform and Changling started to be rebuilt, the turrets in Changling were not just used to observe and move troops. The king of Chu spoke as though nothing had happened. He looked at the Yuanwu emperor and slowly said, "Back then, the cultivators of the Basin Kendo ground wanted to set up seal weapons on the turrets that could reach every corner of Changling. If I remember correctly, the idea was called the falling yin moon. When the energy of a powerful enough otherworldly item is gathered by some seal crystals, it can shoot to any corner of Changling like a powerful flying sword. Everyone who walks in Changling has a sword hanging over their head that can appear at any time. This is the true reason why Changling did not set up outer walls from the start. But this kind of seal weapon is too sinister. It needs countless corpses, and most of them are the corpses of cultivators and women. They need to be processed with seal water before they can be used to forge the seal weapon. Also, the Basin Kendo ground cultivators who proposed this idea died before you ascended the throne, so the creation of this seal weapon was put aside. I had not thought that you and Zheng Xiu would find a way to forge this kind of seal weapon." As he slowly spoke, Ding Ning, who was beside Fu Su on the mountain outside, finally remembered what kind of seal weapon this was. Falling yin moon. He uttered these words coldly in his heart. The emperors of Qi and Yang had ugly expressions. Regardless of what kind of seal weapon this was, they could sense that the power of this light surpassed the life bond swords of ordinary Realm 6 Qi cultivators nourished with yin energy for many years. You are right. The Yuanwu emperor nodded directly. He looked at the emperor of Chu and said, "So there is no need to discuss the matter of Yangshan commandery." The emperor of Chu shook his head and said, "It is not so simple." When these seemingly light words were spoken, everyone at the peak of Deer Mountain shook slightly. Yangshan Commandery had at least 100,000 elite soldiers of the Chu dynasty, and many of them were famous generals of the Chu dynasty. At this time, this army had likely disappeared. Adding on that even their most important standard weapons were useless, the Chu dynasty had been defeated repeatedly in the talks between Deer Mountain and the Qin dynasty. If they paid a great price, they would not just be forced to give back Yangshan Commandery. The Yuanwu emperor frowned slightly. He slowly looked up, but did not look at the emperor of Chu. His gaze landed behind the emperor of Chu. The beautiful man in black robes next to the emperor of Qi showed shock for the first time. A barefoot man with messy hair slowly walked out of the elegant Chu palace. This was a man whose true age could not be determined from his appearance. He wore long robes made from untanned sheepskin, and had messy totems drawn on them using the simplest colored stone powder. He did not look like someone from the Chu dynasty, but a shaman from a tribe on the edge of the desert. Chapter 207. Marquis Shu looked at the messy-haired man dressed as a border shaman. His thick brows unconsciously furrowed. He felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who this person was at the moment. Since you managed to escape the Han capital, you should be a shaman. Why did you come back? Emperor Yuanwu spoke at this time. His eyes were filled with faint disdain as he looked at the barefoot man with messy hair. The barefoot man sighed. I escaped for today. Marquis Shu was shocked. He realized who this person was. The mountain peak was in an uproar. Just from these two sentences, everyone knew the identity of this barefoot man. This barefoot man with messy hair was a figure that had been recorded in the history books. He was Emperor Chen of Han. Strictly speaking, he was also an emperor. He was the younger brother of Emperor Ari of Han and had the purest royal blood of the Han dynasty. In the past, Emperor Ari of Han had been tricked into moving the capital. In the end, the dynasty declined. When Emperor Ari of Han was about to die, he decreed that his younger brother would be emperor. This was the barefoot man with messy hair. But Emperor Chen of Han had never truly sat on the throne. When Emperor Ari of Han was dying, the Qin army had reached the city. The new Han capital, Luoyi, was in chaos. Before the Qin army could truly attack the city, it had been torn apart. In the chaos and siege of the Qin army, the legends said that Emperor Chen of Han had escaped the city on a carriage transporting feces. In the end, he escaped with his life. It was a tragic matter for a true emperor to not be on the throne, much less escape on a carriage transporting feces. In the eyes of many Han people, it was better for Emperor Chen of Han to die when the city fell. At least this kind of thing would not be recorded and shamed in the future. For a legitimate emperor whose birth and ascension to the throne were unquestionable, it was better to die in the eyes of his people. This was the greatest pain. They were both emperors. One was despised by the people, the other was loved by the people. So the Yuanwu emperor looked at Emperor Chen of Han with faint disdain. What can you do after lingering at death's door until today? The Yuanwu emperor looked at Emperor Chen of Han and said mockingly. Emperor Chen of Han's eyes flashed with pain. This pain didn't come from his reputation or the judgment of others. Instead, it came from the people who had died so that he could live. Only he knew how many people had died for him to escape the Handi and the pursuit of the Qin dynasty cultivators. After this trace of pain flashed through his eyes, his pupils became absolutely calm. Instead, they rippled with a trace of relief and peace. Please enlighten me. He looked at the Yuanwu emperor and said slowly. The Yuanwu emperor narrowed his eyes. The peak of Deer Mountain was deathly silent again. Only the wild wind created by the chaotic primal energies of the universe howled. The Yuanwu emperor slowly stood up. Emperor Chen of Han must have been a powerful cultivator, but first and foremost, he was a true emperor. The Yuanwu emperor would never refuse such an invitation, regardless of whether it was the ancient etiquette or the bravery of the Qin dynasty. What right do you have to fight me? The Yuanwu emperor looked at Emperor Chen of Han and said slowly. Rising meant accepting the challenge. He would accept the challenge first, and then ask if his opponent qualified to challenge him. because he feared that he was the only realm 8 in the world right now. Emperor Chen of Han did not speak. His body, hair, and skin quietly turned red. Threads of red energy started to seep out of every part of his body. The presence around him started to swell. When the first thread of energy came out of his body, he gave off a realm 7 presence. As his presence rose, the presence he gave off broke through the limits of realm 7. Gasps sounded uncontrollably. The faint disdain in the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes completely disappeared. He frowned slightly and said in a grave voice, "So it is the heaven-stealing pill. So it is the heaven-stealing pill." When the Yuanwu Emperor spoke, many people present thought the same. These people finally understood why Emperor Chen of Han had to live in the past. In the past, the strongest sect of the Han dynasty had been the South Sun Pill sect. The middle-grade pills of the South Sun Pill sect were already supreme-grade pills that could only be chanced upon by luck in the other dynasties. The heaven-stealing pill was the best pill of the South Sun Pill sect. The true meaning of heaven-stealing was to steal the realm of heaven opening. In many records, this was a great pill that could allow a realm 7 cultivator to reach realm 8 after ingesting and refining it. Such a heaven-defying pill naturally required the consumption of countless unimaginable and astonishing spiritual herbs. The South Sun Pill sect had been poor for many generations. Supposedly, when Emperor Ari of Han was about to die, they had just managed to gather enough main ingredients for this pill to make a medicine embryo. After the Han dynasty was destroyed, the cultivators of the other dynasties thought that such a pill did not exist, and that it was just something the South Sun Pill sect made up to scare people. But now, Emperor Chen of Han's stunning presence like a blooming red lotus reminded everyone present that the South Sun Pill sect's heaven-stealing pill was real. The greatest difference between pill sects and other cultivators is that they have form but not form. The Yuanwu Emperor looked at Emperor Chen of Han, whose medicinal energy had dyed the ground red. He shook his head and said, "You are still not a match for me." Emperor Chen of Han looked at the Yuanwu Emperor and suddenly laughed. He said, "This is just a battle, how can we determine victory?" The Yuanwu Emperor suddenly laughed and said, "Battle can reduce this lonely one's enemies, so this lonely one is not afraid of battle." When he said this, everyone thought that the battle would immediately start. Unexpectedly, the Yuanwu Emperor's gaze landed on the handsome black-robed man next to the Qi Emperor. "Earlier, when we were climbing the mountain, I saw a thread of your energy. Only the Mountain Yin sect has such methods. Mister's presence, you must be Mr. Yang Ying of the Mountain Yin sect." The Yuanwu Emperor's voice was calm, but he called Mr. Since the start of the conference, no one had seen him be so respectful to someone. The name Yang Ying of the Mountain Yin sect was not famous in the world. Even though many people present were top figures in the world, many had not heard of him. "Who is he?" A Yang general could not help but ask a shocked middle-aged official in front of him. The shocked middle-aged official was the famous minister of the Yang dynasty, Qiu Yuzhen. The one who asked him was the famous general of the Yang dynasty, Li Hanshan. "In the past, General Bai Yong of my dynasty fought the Qi army. He was about to win, but in the end, he retreated because someone delivered a black jar." Qiu Yuzhen turned his head and said softly to Li Hanshan. Li Hanshan's body suddenly shook, his eyes filled with shock. Was the person who delivered the jar that day this Yang Ying? Qiu Yuzhen smiled bitterly. Who else could it be but this Yang Ying? Before there was a formal agreement, it was common for the dynasties to clash and invade each other's cities. In the past, the Yang dynasty had a conflict with the Qi army because of several deserters, resulting in a great war. At the time, the strongest general of the Yang dynasty, Bai Yong, won 3 battles and took 3 Qi cities. He forced the main force of the Qi army to the Qi Guema River. Unable to transport enough food, the Qi army was about to be defeated or forced to cede cities. Yet, at this time, a Qi grandmaster delivered a black jar to Bai Yong. Bai Yong opened the jar. There was nothing inside. He felt that there was great mystery inside. After thinking hard for half a day, he finally found that there was no mystery in the jar. The true mystery was in the black jar itself. This seemingly ordinary black jar was actually formed from extremely pure true essence. Condensing vital energy into an object and not dissipating was already an astounding method. To be able to hide from the senses of a Realm 7 expert like Bai Yong and make him study for half a day before seeing the secret, this kind of realm was not something an ordinary Realm 7 Grandmaster could imagine. The real reason why Bai Yong was forced to retreat was because he had calculated that the Yang army had no way of stopping such a Grandmaster from entering the middle of the army and killing the commanders of the army during the final battle with the main force of the Qi army. At the time, Bai Yong's army had at least 4 Realm 7 experts. For Realm 7 experts had not been able to stop him. After the Yang dynasty army had retreated, Qiu Yuzhen had remembered the black jar and the name Yang Ying. How is it? Hearing the respect in the Yuanwu emperor's voice, the beautiful man in black robes only nodded in greeting and said coldly. His words were simple. I sensed your hostility and fighting spirit long ago. The Yuanwu emperor glanced at him and said slowly and proudly, in this dear mountain, you can be considered a match for me. Since we are going to fight, there is no need to go through so much trouble. He turned to look at the kings of Chu, Yang, and Qi. In a confident and proud tone, he said, you two can fight together. This lonely one will give you a chance. If you two can defeat me, not 3 years, this lonely one will give Yangshan Commandery another 9 years. We will meet again at Deer Mountain in 9 years. What? The peak of Deer Mountain was filled with powerful people. In the past, they had developed hearts colder than iron. Yet when they heard the Yuanwu emperor's words, gasps sounded. Many people could not help but stand up. Even the Qi emperor, who had been sitting and watching the show, was among them. Along the way, he had said many shameless things and satisfied all of Yang Ying's conditions. He had lowered himself to the extreme because he knew Yang Ying's strength better than anyone else. With the Yuanwu emperor's cultivation, he had fought with Yang Ying once and could sense Yang Ying's cultivation. Right now, Emperor Chen of Han had Realm 8 power through the heaven-stealing pill. Adding on an existence like Yang Ying, the Yuanwu emperor was extremely daring. The emperor of Chu had a shocked expression. He had not thought that the Yuanwu emperor would challenge a grandmaster like Yang Ying after encountering an opponent like Emperor Chen of Han. So daring. He took a deep breath and said aloud. Regardless of whether the Yuanwu emperor was crazy, overly proud, or truly confident, he dared to fight one against two like this. This was a daring no other person in the world had. Chapter 208. From beginning to end, from using the army to take back Yangshan Commandery, to challenging me now, he wants to have the initiative at all times. He does not just want to fight me and Emperor Chen of Han, but the entire world. So if you want to form an alliance, then you, Yang, and Chu need to form a true alliance. Yang Ying stood up. His lips did not move, nor did the bystanders hear any sound. However, these 3 sentences clearly penetrated into the Qi emperor's ears. The emperor of Qi's face was solemn and shone with a strange light. He knew that this was not a normal warning, but Yang Ying's last words. Yang Ying standing up meant he was accepting the challenge. Emperor Chen of Han nodded in respect. Yang Ying nodded in return. The Yuanwu emperor laughed. As he laughed, the peak of Deer Mountain was bathed in a strange light. There was nothing unusual about the blowing mountain wind and the drifting mist. Yet, there seemed to be many rays of light that should not have appeared falling from the sky onto Deer Mountain. Everyone's gazes were heavy. This was true Realm 8, heaven opening. Another world seemed to have been opened in the sky. Countless energies that others could not sense rolled down. All of Deer Mountain was bathed in the strange light, and seemed to turn into a bright and transparent gem. Ding Ning closed his eyes. Not because of the light, but because of the pain he felt. The Yuanwu emperor's cultivation had progressed much faster than he had imagined. This should have been impossible, but it had happened right in front of his eyes. In the teachings of any cultivation sect, the most important part of cultivation was to understand the flow of primal energies of the universe in one's body and in the surroundings. At this time, the Yuanwu emperor started to open the sky. All the cultivators on the peak of Deer Mountain started to focus on comprehension in hopes of comprehending some important truths. But what they had not expected was that when their perception touched the primal energies of the universe that seemed to come from another world, they could only feel an enormous pressure, a pressure that seemed to crush everything. Even the Realm 7 experts present were no exception. Under such pressure, their consciousness became sluggish. A cultivator's consciousness was the source of everything. If one's consciousness slowed down, everything would slow down as well. None of the cultivators could comprehend anything related to cultivation from the Yuanwu Emperor's actions. They only felt that Deer Mountain had become a small world of its own under the Yuanwu Emperor's control of energy. This was a small world that belonged to the Yuanwu Emperor. When they thought of fighting in their opponent's little world, most of the cultivators on Deer Mountain grew paler and paler. They felt great terror. Even without fighting, it was enough to make a Realm 7 feel fear. This was the huge difference between Realm 8 and Realm 7. The 8th stage, Heaven Opening, was not only about communicating with heaven and earth, opening up a new channel for the flow of heaven and earth origin energy, obtaining even more boundless heaven and earth origin energy. At the same time, it was also opening up a small world that belonged to oneself. Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying, who were in the center of this pressure, naturally felt it more clearly than anyone else. However, Emperor Chen of Han, who had forgotten honor and disgrace, life and death, naturally did not feel any fear. Instead, he smiled and sat down cross-legged. Using his right hand as a sword, he stabbed towards the Yuanwu Emperor. When he sat down, red pill energy flooded out of his body. The red Dan Qi came from the heaven-stealing pill. The countless spirit herbs used to make the heaven-stealing pill were originally the condensation of astonishing qi of heaven and earth. The Dan Qi of this kind of pill, which was made with the power of an entire dynasty, was exceptionally heavy and powerful. It was enough to fight against the qi of heaven and earth, isolating him from this small world. So when he sat down, it was like a red boulder had been thrown into a pond. Regardless of whether he could match the small world outside, he had to first remain motionless. Red pill energy also shot out of his right index and middle fingers. Along with the red pill energy, there was also a wave of burning energy. This was the earth fire he had absorbed in his body after cultivating for a decade outside Yin Mountain. This was his life bond item. The pill energy was something that had been tempered by fire. With his body as the guide, the red pill energy and this beam of earth fire merged together, forming a crimson-red longsword. Boom! A furnace formed in the world. A terrifying wave of heat exploded in front of him, dispersing all the moisture around the peak of Deer Mountain. A furnace of the world formed when a sword appeared. In the minds of all cultivators, this was the unique mark of the Jiao sword furnace. Yet at this time, the killing intent and heat of Emperor Chen of Han's sword was many times stronger than Zhao Zhon's when he had fought Yi Xileng. Emperor Chen of Han sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the pill fire longsword between two fingers. He calmly and joyfully stabbed towards the Yuanwu Emperor's chest. Yang Ying, who was not far away from him, did not move at all. The black robe on his body swelled slightly, creating gusts of chilly wind. He was standing there motionlessly, but in the perception of everyone around, he seemed to become transparent air, and disappeared in the bright light covering the peak of Deer Mountain. Unlike Emperor Chen of Han, who had turned into a boulder, this strongest grandmaster of the Qi dynasty seemed to have turned himself into a wisp of dark wind, and hid himself in the Yuanwu Emperor's little world. Emperor Chen of Han's pill fire longsword moved through the air. Lines visible to the naked eye flashed across the tip and the sides of the sword. These were the invisible seal lines formed by the Yuanwu Emperor's consciousness and energy. Seemingly small but powerful energies were born and destroyed in these seal lines, forming shock waves that could kill cultivators below Realm 4 and spread in all directions. This was likely the strongest attack the Yuanwu Emperor had encountered since he ascended the throne, and there was someone like Yang Ying who had not yet acted. But at this time, the Yuanwu Emperor still had his hands behind his back, and looked up slightly at the sky. Boom! There seemed to be enormous thunder in the sky. Sound was a very slow thing in the world of cultivators, but when the enormous sound sounded, Emperor Chen of Han's sword had not reached the Yuanwu Emperor's chest. The vibrating sound passed through the bright threads of light, forming strange transparent swords that fell towards Emperor Chen of Han. Great Path Thunder Seal Sword. Ding Ning closed his eyes, and said the name of the Yuanwu Emperor's sword in his mind. Emperor Chen of Han did not hesitate. He raised his pill-fire longsword and slashed. It was not that he was slow, but that the Yuanwu Emperor was too fast. If he did not change, before his pill-fire longsword reached the Yuanwu Emperor, his body would be cut to pieces by these seal swords. The pill-fire sword turned into an enormous pill cauldron that spat fire into the sky. The transparent swords charged into the pill cauldron, and gave off an enormous sound. The sound was loud and clear. All of Deer Mountain shook. All the peaks outside Deer Mountain shook. Many indescribable sounds appeared in the world. All the leaves on Deer Mountain left their branches and danced outwards. All the transparent swords shattered. But Emperor Chen of Han's body still seemed to be cut by shattered glass. Countless tears appeared on his leather robes, and streaks of blood appeared. Yang Ying looked calmly at Emperor Chen of Han and the Yuanwu Emperor. Only now did the fingers of his right hand move slightly. 5 wisps of black smoke lit up on his fingertips like the flame of a candle, quickly condensing into 5 round black pearls. These 5 black beads were connected by black threads, like a strange bracelet. The 5 black beads spun and flew up. They rubbed against the bright light, and gave off strange and sharp sounds. But the black threads connecting the 5 black beads seemed to be absolutely still. The violent spinning of the 5 black beads seemed to have nothing to do with them. There was a cracking sound, and then it was suddenly silent. The 5 black beads disappeared under Yang Ying's fingers. 5 violently spinning balls of black light suddenly appeared around the Yuanwu Emperor. Because the spinning speed surpassed the limits of ordinary people's perception, in the eyes of most people, these 5 balls of black light were round balls. However, some people could sense that within the 5 balls of black light, there were 5 black infants in different postures. These 5 infants gave off unimaginable dark winds. As they spun around the Yuanwu Emperor. Stone grinding sword. The Emperor of Chu sensed the meaning and said in disbelief. Not far behind the Yuanwu Emperor, Huang Jinwei also widened his eyes in disbelief. He was sure that this was the true stone grinding sword essence. The stone grinding sword art was one of that person's creations, and could not have been passed on. At this time, Yang Ying was clearly using the stone grinding sword essence, but it was slightly different. He should have comprehended this sword essence from the battle traces left behind by that person, or even from the corpses that person had killed. To comprehend this kind of sword essence, one had to rely on talent. To comprehend the secret arts of another dynasty for one's own use, one needed humility and breadth of mind. Other than the emperor, who in the Qin dynasty could defeat this grandmaster alone? Huang Jinwei looked at Yang Ying's figure with a hint of respect in his eyes. The Yuanwu emperor frowned slightly in displeasure. He raised his head even higher, as if he was looking up at the stars in the night sky. Multiple white streams of flame appeared in the sky, falling faster than the musical note swords. Chapter 209. The white flowing flame with a cold presence landed on the peak of Deer Mountain. Deer Mountain, which had been almost burned by Emperor Chen of Han's pill fire sword, suddenly became cool. Everyone felt comfortable. Yet at the same time, everyone felt uncomfortable. The comfort came from their senses, but the discomfort came from the depths of their hearts. Everyone knew that this was the Starfire Comet Tail Sword of the Basin Kendo ground. In the wars between the Qin dynasty and the Han, Zhao and Wei dynasties, many powerful cultivators had died under the Starfire Comet Tail Sword of the present Qin dynasty's empress. The Starfire Comet Tail Sword was extremely fast, and its star energy was different from ordinary primal energies of the universe. Cultivators could not stop it with ordinary primal energies of the universe. Even more importantly, Zheng Xiu could cast the Starfire Comet Tail Sword from a great distance so that people on the battlefield could not detect her presence or the presence she gave off when she cast the sword. She could launch such an attack at any time when a powerful cultivator was at his weakest. So she would always be the most dangerous and poisonous thorn on the battlefield. Yet now, the Yuanwu Emperor, who was Realm 8, had comprehended the Basin Kendo ground technique that only Zheng Xiu had comprehended before. In the future, when the dynasty fought the Qin dynasty, an even more dangerous and poisonous thorn would appear on the battlefield. Ding Ning had originally had his eyes closed, but before the star fell and appeared in front of everyone on the peak of Deer Mountain, he opened his eyes. His eyes reflected the white flames as if they were covered in a layer of frost. At this time, on Deer Mountain and the surrounding mountains, only he knew what the Yuanwu Emperor was thinking. The Starfire Comet Tail Sword was powerful, but it was not the best method to defeat the stone-grinding sword. With the appearance of the 9-Death Silkworm, all the nobility in Changling speculated that that person had left behind an heir. Many cultivators in Changling, and even the other dynasties, knew that Zheng Xiu had once been that person's lover, and the strongest couple in the Qin dynasty. In the Yuanwu Emperor's mind, he suspected that the disciple of that person was also around Deer Mountain and watching this battle. He even suspected that the stone-grinding sword technique had been passed on to Yang Ying by that person's disciple. Thus, he used the Starfire Comet Tail Sword. Ding Ning's eyes reflected the white flames as if they were covered in frost. His lips curled into a sneer that no one else could see. "You're really bored. Using the Starfire Comet Tail Sword against the stone sword, are you trying to show that you and Zheng Xiu are very intimate and loving? It's a pity that Yang Ying's stone-grinding sword was created by himself. What does it have to do with others?" He sneered in his heart. Several streaks of white sparks accurately pierced the black ball of light that was revolving around the Yuanwu Emperor. Multiple cracks appeared on the Yuanwu Emperor's dragon robe. In the next moment, his body exuded an extremely powerful aura. His body seemed to have suddenly grown in size, becoming incomparably huge. The 5 spinning black balls of light had been unable to stop the vital energy from coming out of his body after the Starfire Comet Tail Sword's attack. But now, the Yuanwu Emperor's body seemed to grow enormous, and the 5 black balls of light were unable to resist. In everyone's perception, the 5 black balls of light were no longer 5 millstones, but 5 pitifully small pearls. Yang Ying was not fighting alone. When the Yuanwu Emperor completely defeated Yang Ying's stone-grinding sword essence, Emperor Chen of Han finally took a step forward. As he took this step, the ground and air in front of him started to burn, turning into a crimson world of fire. His pill fire sword was wrapped in small sparks that usually could not be seen. It passed through the curtain of fire and appeared in front of the Yuanwu Emperor's face. The Yuanwu Emperor knew that this sword was likely the strongest attack in the world other than himself. He raised an eyebrow, reached out with his left hand, and blocked this sword. At the same time, he used his right hand as a sword and stabbed at the curtain of fire in front of him with a bright yellow sword light. He used his hand to block the sword. His expression was so calm and cold that it seemed eerie. There was a loud crack. The presence of a life bond item came out of the Yuanwu Emperor's palm. A small cut appeared on his palm, and a few drops of blood flew out. The crimson-red pill fire sword energy surged into his body through this wound. The eyes of many people who sensed this immediately lit up. Yet what caused them to stop breathing was that the Yuanwu Emperor's body was an unimaginably enormous vessel. The rolling pill fire sword energy charged into the Yuanwu Emperor's meridians. The Yuanwu Emperor only blushed slightly, but the pill fire sword energy entered deep into his body and disappeared to unknown places. His body was extremely stable, and his vital energy output was also extremely stable. The curtain of fire in front of him was completely pushed back by the sword light from his right hand. The bright yellow jade-like sword light accurately pierced Emperor Chen of Han's chest and came out of Emperor Chen of Han's back. Emperor Chen of Han gave a muffled grunt and retreated. Many people immediately paled, especially the cultivators of the Chu dynasty. Who could withstand the Yuanwu Emperor's sword through the body? In their view, Emperor Chen of Han would die in the next breath. With a bang, Emperor Chen of Han's feet landed on the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the hard stone ground of the mountain peak, like a newly formed spider web. Yet to everyone's shock, Emperor Chen of Han had not died, and his presence had not weakened much. No blood flowed out of the sword wounds on his chest and back, only red pill energy surging out like a fountain. The sword wounds did not expand because of the pill energy, but contracted. The Yuanwu emperor looked at his palm. The wound on his palm was also shrinking, but not as fast as Emperor Chen of Han's wound. His brow furrowed slightly, and more coldness appeared in his dignified and deep eyes. The heaven-stealing pill is truly the strongest spirit pill in the world. He looked up again and said to Emperor Chen of Han. All the cultivators on the peak of Deer Mountain reacted. Emperor Chen of Han had not died because the medicinal power of the heaven-stealing pill was too astounding. The speed at which the medicinal power healed Emperor Chen of Han's body surpassed the speed at which his life was disappearing. At this time, Emperor Chen of Han likely had the most terrifying recovery ability in history. Yet they were even more shocked by the shrinking of the Yuanwu emperor's wound. A realm-8 body. A realm-8 body actually possessed such terrifying recovery abilities. As the Yuanwu emperor spoke, his body did not remain motionless, but moved strangely. Every time he swayed, there would be a patch of black light and a patch of bright flame flashing around his body. It was like a black shadow and a bright figure were chasing each other, but neither could truly touch the other. When the Yuanwu emperor finished speaking, he seemed to have won enough time. Just as he raised his head, a majestic force from the sky suddenly landed on the peak of Deer Mountain. There was light, and the darkness had nowhere to hide. Yang Ying's figure appeared clearly in the light. A presence that was invincible to anyone present fell from the sky and landed on his body. Yang Ying's body kept on cracking. Black smoke seemed to come out of his skin due to an unstoppable power, as though he was about to burn. The Qi Emperor clenched his fists and could not help but stand up. But at this time, Yang Ying shook his head at him. The Qi Emperor's breathing stopped. He thought of what Yang Ying had said to him at the start. Yang Ying had told him to watch the show quietly and not do anything. He looked down and sat down. The Yuanwu emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. More black smoke came out of Yang Ying's body, but it did not dissipate. In a short time, it formed a black pot around him and covered him. A pot that looked like an ordinary pot of black soil. The Yuanwu emperor's left hand opened slightly. Powerful auras intertwined in the air, forming a giant talisman. Another invincible presence from the sky landed on the black pot. The surface of the black pot grew brighter, and a bright flame appeared. This time, it was truly burning. Yet, the black pot did not burn or melt. Under the calcination of such a flame, the surface of the black earth-like jar, which had no luster, emitted a ceramic luster, and even a bone-like luster. The Yang Emperor and many of the important officials of the Yang dynasty felt an indescribable feeling. A black pot like this had forced the Yang dynasty's army to retreat in the past. True shock appeared in the Yuanwu emperor's eyes. This was a method that even he had never seen before, and could not understand. Extreme yin gives birth to yang, the way of yin and yang transformation, the cycle of life and death. Yet, he was the strongest cultivator in the world at this time. In a flash, he sensed something. "Take my sword." He spoke and then reached out with his right hand. This was the first time he had truly attacked since the battle started. He attacked with his sword. As expected, you have cultivated it. At this time, Ding Ning took a deep breath and said coldly inside. Chapter 210. In his early years, the Yuanwu emperor had cultivated the phoenix-breaking sword manual. The phoenix was a legendary auspicious beast, and in the legends, it was almost immortal. The phoenix breaking in the name of the phoenix-breaking sword manual meant that even the phoenix could be killed in one blow. From this, one could imagine how destructive and murderous this sword manual was. The sword moves of this sword manual were especially righteous. Right now, many swordsmen of the Qin dynasty walked the pure path of light, and to a large extent, they worshipped the strongest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty. But the Yuanwu emperor went into seclusion to cultivate not long after his ascension. In these decades, no one had truly seen him use his sword. So after he reached Realm 8, no one knew if he still primarily cultivated the phoenix-breaking sword manual. A bright yellow jade-like long sword appeared in the Yuanwu emperor's hand. Then, he simply thrust his sword straight at the black jar that was enveloping Yang Ying. This sword appeared ordinary. Most of the cultivators on the peak of Deer Mountain did not even feel any powerful primal energies of the universe. Yet, the people with the highest cultivation present all shook and were shocked. Emperor Chen of Han knew that Yang Ying was at the most dangerous moment. With a soft cough, his feet left the ground. He flew up with the pill fire sword in his hand and stabbed towards the Yuanwu Emperor. Some soft sounds came from in front of him. It was as if someone had thrown a stone from a very high flight of stairs, causing it to continuously roll down the stairs. The pill fire sword in his hand, which contained unimaginable power, suddenly stopped a few feet in front of him. A bright barrier appeared in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. A pill fire appeared in the air. Then, a second, a third. Countless streaks of alchemy fire appeared in the air in front of him. It was like countless red flowers blooming on a wall. Many people on the peak of Deer Mountain sensed the dense turbulence in the air. They knew that in this moment where their eyes could not see, Emperor Chen of Han had not just stabbed once, but countless times. Only with the support of the heaven-stealing pill could his meridians withstand such a high-speed explosion in such a short period of time. However, Emperor Chen of Han was still unable to stop the Yuanwu Emperor's sword. The bright barrier in front of him was the sword radiance of the Yuanwu Emperor's sword. What kind of sword art is this? Only then did cries of surprise ring out. Only now did many people see clearly that the Yuanwu Emperor's bright yellow sword contained countless strands of yuan qi flowing within. There were also countless rays of light flashing in the light barrier formed by his sword light. These energies and lights of varying strengths gave people the feeling that they came from completely different cultivators, or even not cultivators. However, the origin qi and light all blended together, becoming the final sword force of the sword. The bright yellow sword in the Yuanwu Emperor's hand did not slow down at all. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into the black jar that was enveloping Yang Ying. The pill fire sword is not a true sword. As his sword stabbed into the black jar, the Yuanwu Emperor looked sympathetically at Emperor Chen of Han and said, "The sword itself is a sharp object. Other items are strong, but they do not have the piercing power of the sword. The sword was the leader of all weapons in ancient times. How can other weapons compare?" At the same time, a cracking sound was heard from the black jar. His bright yellow sword pierced through the black jar. The black jar shattered, and Yang Ying's figure appeared. The bright yellow sword continued to advance and stabbed into Yang Ying's body. Other than the Qi Emperor, this was the first time almost all the cultivators of the Qi dynasty were seeing Yang Ying. Yet everyone knew what Yang Ying meant to the Qi dynasty. The moment the sword pierced Yang Ying's body, all the Qi people present cried out in grief. There could not be a second heaven-stealing pill in the world. So there could not be a second person in the world who could withstand the Yuanwu Emperor's sword. Also, the Yuanwu Emperor's sword was much stronger than the one he had used to stab Emperor Chen of Han. Yang Ying's body flew backwards. The bright yellow sword left his body and gave off a cacophony of unpleasant sounds. No one knew if the sound came from the energies of the yellow sword, or from the friction between the sword and Yang Ying's body. This sword had passed straight through Yang Ying's heart meridian, and left a bowl-sized hole in his heart meridian. No one could survive such an injury. The sorrow in the hearts of the Qi grew. But Yang Ying's expression was still calm. He was not dead. Everyone's breathing suddenly stopped, not because of disbelief and nervousness, but because the air on the peak of Deer Mountain had become exceptionally cold. Because it was so cold, it felt like the dark corpse water in the deepest coffins of an ancient tomb. People did not dare to touch it, much less breathe it in. Shock appeared in the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes again. The appearance of the heaven-stealing elixir should have been Emperor Chen of Han, but in reality, from the moment he made his move until now, it was this Grandmaster from Da Qi who had caused his state of mind to waver. The extremely thick and cold energy came from Yang Ying's body. No blood flowed out of the bowl-sized hole in his heart meridian. His flesh and bones did not look like flesh and bones, and reflected cold light. His heart meridian had completely disappeared under this sword. Naturally, his body could no longer beat, and no blood flowed. At the same time, Yang Ying did not breathe. His body gave off a bone-chilling and cold presence. He seemed to have become the legendary, undying zombie. As a realmate cultivator, the Yuanwu Emperor knew that it was absurd for a person to truly die and become a zombie after their mind dissipated. As he put his sword in front of him, he frowned and said in a cold voice, "I had not expected the Mountain Yin sect to have such moves. I had not expected you to not want to live from the start." Yang Ying's voice sounded. An even thicker dark wind blew through the mountain peak. "I am still alive." The Emperor of Chu's expression was solemn as he slowly bowed towards Yang Ying. For an emperor, such a bow was extremely important, especially when he was not the emperor of the Qi dynasty, but the emperor of another dynasty. The Yuanwu Emperor and Yang Ying's conversation was profound and hard to understand. Most people on the peak of Deer Mountain could not understand, but some people still understood the meaning. Strictly speaking, Yang Ying was not a living being right now. The yin energy in his body had replaced the flow of blood. His entire body had become a pure vessel. To be able to make the yin energy replace the flow of blood and activate vital energy, he had to be unusually determined and had a consciousness that surpassed the fear of life and death. But without the nourishment of the body, this consciousness was like the mental power cultivators stored in their flying swords. It could only be used and could not be replenished. Even the strongest consciousness would slowly dissipate. Yang Ying knew that he was not a match for the Yuanwu Emperor, but he still showed enmity towards the Yuanwu Emperor. From the moment he showed enmity towards the Yuanwu Emperor, he had decided to use such a method. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, he was fated to die. But his resolve was enough to last until the battle between him and the Yuanwu Emperor was decided. Emperor Chen of Han was hard to kill because of the heaven-stealing pill. Adding on him, the Yuanwu Emperor's two opponents were like undying beings who had been given life. More and more people reacted. All the Qi cultivators who reacted still felt sorrow in their hearts, but at this time, their sorrows were solemn and moving. Ever since the Qin dynasty had fought against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, the Yuanwu Emperor had always been hard to kill. Because he always had the strongest group of cultivators in the world by his side. But those heaven-defying experts from the Basin Kendo ground had all died. Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying's change was unprecedented, and the most likely chance to kill the Yuanwu Emperor. Yang Ying raised his arm and swung his palm towards the Yuanwu Emperor. The yin qi that had accumulated in his body burst out from his fingers and palms. Such an explosion of yin energy would normally be enough to kill him, but right now, he did not need to worry about his body. The Yuanwu Emperor swung his sword. The bright yellow long sword and Yang Ying's palm met. Countless streams of aura burst out from the sword and palm, shooting out in all directions. The air was frozen by the beams, turning into grayish-black icicles. They fell to the ground and turned into streaks of black smoke, burning up. Then, they turned into gusts of terrifying chilly wind. An unimaginable sword energy stabbed into Yang Ying's palm. Two of his fingers immediately broke off. His body gave off cracking sounds as his insides exploded. But his gaze grew colder. In his eyes, his two broken fingers did not fall to the ground, but sped up like flying swords and stabbed towards the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes. This time, there was an indescribable sense of indiscriminate destruction. There was an indescribable sense of tragedy. Chapter 211. Emperor Chen of Han shouted softly. The pill-fire sword turned into a soft red chain and landed on the Yuanwu Emperor's yellow sword. The yellow sword sank slightly. Yang Ying's severed fingers were just a dozen feet away from the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes. At this time, the Yuanwu Emperor could not swing his sword to cut off these two severed fingers. Yet, his expression grew serious. His eyes lit up and became the same yellow color as his sword. Pew! Pew! The two severed fingers stabbed into his eyes like flying swords and gave off two muffled sounds. Everyone was shocked, speechless. A ripple appeared in the Yuanwu Emperor's yellow eyes. The energy and power contained in the two severed fingers passed into his eyes and then disappeared. The two severed fingers that had lost all power instantly turned into ashes in front of his dignified eyes. Then, they were swept away by the violent wind between the two of them and disappeared without a trace. This feeling was like the power of the two severed fingers had been swallowed by the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes. Universe Golden Body, the Emperor of Chu said. He finally confirmed what kind of vital energy method the Yuanwu Emperor mainly cultivated. At this time, the Yuanwu Emperor did not give off any blinding light, but in the eyes of the Emperor of Chu, it was exceptionally blinding and caused him to close his eyes in pain. The Emperor of Qi also closed his eyes in pain. After the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, he had gone into seclusion. The cultivators of the world had made all kinds of guesses about the secrets of his cultivation, and whether he had truly reached Realm 8. They all wanted to know some of the secrets of the Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation. Yet as more secrets were revealed, the cultivators of the various dynasties found it increasingly difficult to bear. In the past, the strongest cultivators of Changling mostly came from the Basin Kendo ground. But the Universe Golden Body did not come from the Basin Kendo ground, but the strongest secret method of the Yuhua family, one of the strongest old families in Changling. It was rumored that after the Universe Golden Body was cultivated to the 7th level, not only could it allow the body to contain astonishing amounts of true essence, it could also contain powerful vital energy and power from the enemy. Only, after the ancestor of the Yuhua Great Clan who created this cultivation method, there was no one else who could successfully cultivate the Universe Golden Body above the 7th level. Unexpectedly, many years after the Yuhua family's reformation and destruction, the Yuanwu Emperor who had destroyed the Yuhua family succeeded in cultivating this secret method. The people of the Yuhua gentry might know the secrets of this secret method, but the Yuhua gentry had been destroyed long ago. Back then, no one had been able to escape. The cultivators of the present world could only guess, through Emperor Yuanwu's performance in this battle, what kind of person this method would turn a Realm 8 cultivator who cultivated this method into. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The slightly heavy bright yellow long sword seemed to be surging with a shocking wave. The pill fire refinement that wrapped around his body was like a giant python that had its skeleton broken. It weakly scattered outwards. Dozens of energy waves shot out of Emperor Chen of Han's abdomen. Dozens of wounds appeared on his abdomen. His entire energy sea seemed to be about to explode. Due to the astounding effects of the heaven-stealing pill, he did not immediately die. The power contained in the pill fire was stronger than an ordinary Realm 7 sword. One of them even landed on Yang Ying's body and left a deep mark on his back. Yet, as he looked at Emperor Yuanwu who appeared increasingly invincible and powerful as his cultivation and methods were revealed, his mind was still calm and determined. Victory did not depend on this. He and Emperor Chen of Han did not need to kill the Yuanwu Emperor directly. They only needed to exhaust the Yuanwu Emperor's power and deal enough damage to the Yuanwu Emperor. Thick black smoke gushed out of his face, as if a black baby mask was forming on his face. You are an interesting cultivator. At this time, the Yuanwu Emperor, who had pushed aside Emperor Chen of Han's pill fire sword, did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he swung his sword forward. The yellow sword light only left behind a faint sword mark on the stone ground in front of him. But this sword mark became a mark with a mysterious power. Countless rays of light from the sky fell into this sword mark, forming a bright curtain of light that temporarily separated him from Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying. Then his eyebrows rose slightly. He looked in puzzlement at Yang Ying and said, "You are a Realm 7 but can fight a Realm 8. There were not many cultivators like you in the past, and there will not be many in the future. But this lonely one does not understand. This lonely one and the Qi cultivators do not have many grievances. Why do you dislike this lonely one so much?" Dislike that could cause a person to give up their life was an exceptionally strong emotion. The Yuanwu Emperor did not think that a person like Yang Ying would be willing to fight to the death for the Qi dynasty to gain some benefits in the Deer Mountain Conference. Even if a person like you is going to die, you will only die because of your own love and hate. You will not die because of a city or hundreds of miles of flat land. So the Yuanwu Emperor looked at Yang Ying and added, "You should tell this lonely one why." The cultivators who stood at the top were inhuman existences. From certain aspects, they had great eccentricities. This kind of thing was meaningless to many people, but was very meaningful to them. Hearing the Yuanwu Emperor's question, Yang Ying's eyes showed disdain. You ask me such a question? I heard that you do not like people with the surname Wang. In Changling, almost everyone with the surname Wang is not important. Tell me why. At the words, the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. The air on Deer Mountain seemed to be pushed out as though it was going to form a vacuum. Is it not because of Wang Jingmeng? Is it not because you fear that person? Yang Ying looked at the silent Yuanwu Emperor and continued without hesitation. It is laughable that you erased all the history books related to him because of your fear of him. It is laughable that the people of Changling are so afraid of you that they do not dare to mention this name, but do they not still call him that person? Even that person seems to have become his unique pronoun. Yang Ying's voice echoed on the mountain peak. Thunder started to roar in the sky as though there were many enormous things moving through the sky that would charge down at any moment. In reality, most people here know that the Qin dynasty has its present glory mostly because of him and the people of the Basin Kendo ground who followed him. You and Zhang Xiu are just shameless bandits who stole his credit. The disdain in Yang Ying's eyes grew. He said with disgust, you should know that he is the strongest cultivator in Changling. At that time, you were not as good as him. If he had lived until now, you would still not be a match for him. So for foreign cultivators like me, of course, he is the #1 enemy. In the 3 years before your ascension, which grandmaster of the foreign dynasties did not think of him as their #1 enemy? He is the goal I pursue in my life. Defeating an enemy like this is my only goal in the past many years of cultivation. Yet he died due to shameless betrayal and schemes. Even more hateful, I found that I did not think highly of you and Zheng Xiu. All of a sudden, I no longer have an opponent. My many years of cultivation have suddenly become meaningless. The most important thing is that I don't think highly of you. An enemy who replaces him and appears in front of me doesn't even make me feel any respect. This is a boring and scary thing. Yang Ying continued to speak as he looked at the Yuanwu Emperor. His reason was unacceptable to many people, and even seemed a little absurd. However, everyone could hear the seriousness and solemnity in his voice. Everyone could hear that this was indeed his true thoughts. Before his death, I only felt enmity towards him. But after his death, I found that he had more and more areas worthy of respect. Liking someone requires many reasons. I do not like him very much, but I do not need many reasons to hate someone. Yang Ying looked at the Yuanwu Emperor's increasingly emotionless eyes and said seriously, so from the moment you ascended the throne, I decided to kill you. Because the Yuanwu Emperor had asked the question himself, he had been waiting for Yang Ying to finish speaking. Then he said expressionlessly, only stubborn people can walk the furthest on a path. But no matter how many surprises you bring to this lonely one, you are still a fool. A person like you, who has a high chance of reaching realm 8, easily chooses life and death because of a moment of pleasure. You do not even know how to judge the situation. You are very stupid. Who in the world is not a fool? Won't all struggles return to the earth in the end? Yang Ying laughed. You do not understand what it means to be happy at the moment. A person who does not even understand happiness will not be happy when they obtain the world. The Yuanwu Emperor took a deep breath and slowly said with an indescribable presence, when I obtain the world, this lonely one will be happy. Yang Ying glanced at him and said, I fear that when you obtain the world, you will be about to die. Even in death, you will not be happy. His gaze was vicious, and so was his tone. Therefore, this sentence sounded like a curse at this moment. Chapter 212. The Yuanwu Emperor did not speak. His lips were pressed together like two thin swords. But Yang Ying did not stop. He looked at the Yuanwu Emperor and said, But you are a human and not a god. The universe gold body is wondrous, but it must follow the laws of the primal energies of the universe. It appears to be unaffected, but in the end, it is just opening a meridian point in the body to contain the enemy's killing intent and power. This killing intent and power exists in your meridian point, and will not disappear for no reason. It will erupt one day. The peak of Deer Mountain grew even quieter. Everyone's gaze was complicated. These words were related to the secrets of the Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation, and they were spoken by a grandmaster like Yang Ying. His tone was so certain, and there would be no mistake. The Yuanwu Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly like two thin swords. In his eyes, Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying were not a match for him, but he could not continue to tangle with these two. It is time to end this, he thought to himself. He slowly said this in his heart, and then raised the bright yellow sword in his hand again. For a powerful swordsman, sword essence was the best expression of their thoughts. The moment he raised his sword, everyone present understood that the moment of victory and defeat had arrived. Countless rays of bright light fell from the sky, surging into his body at a speed that surpassed the perception of all cultivators. The Yuanwu Emperor's body completely disappeared into the bright light, but everyone could sense that the Yuanwu Emperor's body was expanding and growing larger. In everyone's perception, the Yuanwu Emperor's body seemed to be as tall as the sky. Emperor Chen of Han knew that the final moment had arrived. He did not feel any fear, and had a kind of joy of release on his face. He took a deep breath. Using the pressure of the energy coming off of the Yuanwu Emperor, he gathered all of his pill energies deep into his body. His body seemed to shrink, and the red light on the surface of his body dissipated. His presence was withdrawn. His body floated forward towards the Yuanwu Emperor. At this time, the light around the Yuanwu Emperor gave off a domineering presence. The sword tip that stabbed out of the light had power that surpassed the comprehension of all cultivators. In their perception, it was approaching an ethereal heavenly path. This sword was like the power of the way of heaven. It was not something a human could stop. Just facing it was very difficult. But Emperor Chen of Han's eyes flashed with a demonic light. His entire body crashed into the tip of the sword. Through the light curtain, the Yuanwu Emperor glanced at Emperor Chen of Han. His sword-like brows furrow. He sensed what Emperor Chen of Han wanted to do, but this was his strongest moment. Even he himself did not have the power to change this illusory sword that was driven by all living beings. The bright yellow long sword in his hand, which did not seem to have the power of the mortal world, was swinging forward as he pleased. Dozens of feet away from the sword tip, hundreds of cracks appeared on Emperor Chen of Han's body. The air in front of the yellow sword seemed to be filled with countless transparent sword pieces that danced soundlessly. No core chi came out of the wounds on Emperor Chen of Han's body. In this moment, he turned his head, and nodded with a smile to Yang Ying behind him. His body was sliced into countless pieces in that instant. The last emperor of a dynasty had completely vanished from the world in just a fraction of a second. However, there was an exceptionally blazing ball of crimson-red pill light that collided with the bright yellow sword tip and then exploded violently. There was a loud explosion. The world shook. Everyone felt as though a mountain was pressing down. The cultivators closest to the battlefield spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson alchemy fire surged out like a meteorite exploding. The dazzling fire made many people tear up. However, everyone forced themselves to keep their eyes open. They didn't want to miss a single scene at this moment. The Yuanwu Emperor felt as though an enormous mountain was pressing towards him. The yellow sword in his hand dimmed slightly, but as Emperor Chen of Han came to meet the sword, he sensed that the other was going to release all the power of the heaven-stealing pill in this attack. So he was absolutely calm. His presence shook slightly, and the sword in his hand slashed forward even more domineeringly. The exceptionally tyrannical pill fire was smoothly sliced apart like two solid hemispheres, separating from his sides and then turning into countless sputtering fire dragons. At this time, Yang Ying's left thumb bent slightly and flicked in the air. In the wild air, a dark and cold black sword light suddenly appeared. This black sword light was like a broken zither string that had flown out of nowhere. The sword essence was untraceable, and it accurately cut towards the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes. Previously, when he had faced the stab of the broken limb, the Yuanwu Emperor had not dodged at all. But now, the Yuanwu Emperor suddenly closed his eyes, and bowed his head slightly. A soft sound came from the corner of his left eyebrow. The moment the black sword light touched his left eyebrow, his body seemed to turn into an empty world, and was going to take in all the power of this black sword light. Yet everyone could clearly see a thread of blood sprayed out, and a wound appeared on his left eyebrow. His left eyebrow was broken. Hearts connected, untraceable. The Emperor of Chu and some of the old people present could see that Yang Ying's sword essence still came from that person. In the past, Yang Ying, the Grandmaster, had set that person as his only goal. He had spent much effort on comprehending that person's moves. At this time, no one knew if Yang Ying was purposely angering him, or if he felt that this was the best move against the enemy, so he used such a sword move. There was no time for anyone present to think. A black orchid bloomed in Yang Ying's hand. This black orchid seemed to have a life of its own. It gave off a greedy presence towards the blood coming out of the Yuanwu Emperor's eyebrow. But in the next moment, the black orchid disappeared on its own. It turned into streams of black energy that seeped into the blood and the bright light around the Yuanwu Emperor. No one could sense what kind of technique Yang Ying was using at this moment. Many people looked expectantly at the Yuanwu Emperor, hoping to see the Yuanwu Emperor fall to the ground or retreat. But the Yuanwu Emperor's body only shook slightly. He still slashed with the yellow sword in his hand. His sword move was completely unleashed. The air between him and Yang Ying twisted violently. Finally, with a crack, everything was cut apart. Yang Ying's body completely stopped moving. He frowned slightly and lowered his head calmly. The Yuanwu Emperor had already sheathed his sword. The countless rays of light falling from the sky started to fade. In everyone's perception, he was incomparably tall. His body, as tall as the sky, was rapidly shrinking. There was nothing unusual in front of Yang Ying. But when he lowered his head, a bright ray of light appeared behind him. Pew 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 pew. Countless streams of black yin qi shot out along this bright ray of light. It was like black water flowing on the smooth surface of a crystal mirror. The dark and gloomy yin energy contained a mountainous force. But everyone sensed that there was an even more powerful and terrifying power flying between the heavens and the earth. It was a sword light. Someone looked at the mountain opposite Deer Mountain, where the Yuanwu Emperor was facing. Someone finally understood. A sword light had cut through Yang Ying's body and forced out all the power in Yang Ying's body. But now, this straight sword light was falling towards the opposite mountain. The opposite mountain suddenly shook. A circle of dust shot out near the top of the mountain. In the next moment, countless cracking sounds could be heard from the mountain. The cracking sounds gathered into a terrifying roar. Everyone was shocked speechless. Along the wave of dust, the mountain split in two. The top of the mountain, weighing tens of thousands of kilograms, slid backwards and collided with the mountain below. It gave off a great sound that no one had ever heard before. The cut mountain was as smooth as a mirror. The mountain had originally been taller than Deer Mountain, but now, the part higher than Deer Mountain had been cut off. The mountain peak was smoother than any ground. Enormous waves of dust surged. Without the obstruction of the mountain, wild winds came from behind the mountain. Through the thinning dust, one's sight was unobstructed. Behind the mountain was a flat river valley. Through the river valley, one could attack the Chu lands, the Yang lands, or the Qi lands. The bright yellow sword in the Yuanwu Emperor's hand disappeared. He looked at the bowed Yang Ying, looked at the shocked people, and looked at the mountain he had flattened. He said, "This lonely one wants that mountain." Chapter 213. This lonely one wants that mountain. This lonely one wants that mountain. The Yuanwu Emperor's voice was very calm, but as the wild wind swept across Deer Mountain and echoed through the mountains, it seemed to resound in everyone's souls. That mountain was behind Deer Mountain to the Qin lands. If he wanted that mountain, he naturally wanted to take the peaks of Deer Mountain as well. Deer Mountain was on the side of Wu Mountain, parallel to Wu Mountain. It was the border between the dynasties. If this place belonged to the Qin dynasty, it was akin to the Qin dynasty expanding this side of the border 100 miles. Even the area around Wu Mountain would fall into the control of the Qin dynasty. Especially since this place was a place to be charged. If there were troops stationed in the mountains, they could attack and defend, like a dagger that could stab into the territories of the dynasties at any time. But at this time, no one present on the peak of Deer Mountain had the time to consider the Yuanwu Emperor's ambitions and the profound meaning of this place belonging to the Qin lands. Everyone was still looking at the flattened mountain and pondering the cultivation he had displayed. Sometimes, a person's cultivation and power could not decide too many things. But when a person's cultivation and power reached a certain level, like the Yu Emperor in the past, then all strategies would become meaningless. How far was the Yuanwu Emperor from the Yu Emperor in the past? How many realm sevens would it take to kill him? This was the question that many people around Deer Mountain were thinking about first. At this time, Ding Ning was also pondering this question. His face was pale as he looked at the flattened mountain. His cultivation was too far from most of the cultivators around Deer Mountain. He could not sense some of the weaker energy vibrations, but the Yuanwu Emperor's last attack had been extremely powerful and he had sensed it clearly. The Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation was no longer a secret to him. The Yuanwu Emperor's cultivation was a minor realm higher than he had expected. So he had not just entered Realm 8, but Realm 8 second class. Realm 8 second class was invincible cultivation in the world. Your cultivation and the power of that sword did not completely come from you. Since you have chosen such a path and cultivated such a sword, it is not impossible for me to defeat you in the future. But as he looked at the mountain that had been flattened by the sword, such a thought sounded in his mind. No more light fell from the sky. The dragon eyes on the Yuanwu Emperor's dragon robe dimmed. The sky darkened. The clouds that had been crushed by the terrifying primal energies of the universe turned grey-black, and then many drops of rain fell. Sorrowful cries sounded. These sorrowful voices came from the seats of the Qi dynasty. While Emperor Chen of Han had completely disappeared, he had not originally belonged to the Chu dynasty. Before this, no one in the Chu dynasty had any feelings for him. Yang Ying was different. He usually did not appear, but in reality, he was the top grandmaster of the Qi dynasty. He was deeply respected by the Qi cultivators who knew of his deeds. Especially when all the power in his body had been taken away by the Yuanwu Emperor's sword. His body had been cut in two, and he could not move at all. But his consciousness had not dissipated. This made everyone in the Qi dynasty even more sorrowful. The Qi Emperor's face was pale. He looked at Yang Ying's figure and thought of Yang Ying's orders on the way here. He took a deep breath and prepared to order people to preserve Yang Ying's body so that it could be transported back to the Qi. But at this time, a faint wisp of black smoke floated out of Yang Ying's body. Everyone on the peak of Deer Mountain stopped breathing. Although they did not understand Yang Ying's secret technique, everyone could feel that after the wisp of black smoke drifted out from Yang Ying's body did not have the last trace of human aura. It was as if he had completely turned into two cold and hard pieces of dead wood. Was this the yin energy formed by Yang Ying's last consciousness? This was the last stroke this Qi Grandmaster left in the world. What did he want to do? Everyone stared at the faint wisp of black smoke, afraid that they would miss any detail. This wisp of black smoke did not dissipate. Facing the wild wind, it floated towards the flattened mountain. Before it reached the mountain, the wisp of black smoke formed into the shape of a small black infant. An even smaller wisp of smoke flowed out of the lower body of this small black infant. From a distance, it looked like a black infant was peeing at the flattened mountain. Everyone stilled. After a few breaths, the sorrowful cries of the Qi dynasty stopped. Almost all the people of the Qin dynasty had angry expressions. Because everyone understood Yang Ying's meaning. What is the use if you are strong? I am still fearless and disdainful. A hint of anger appeared in the Yuanwu Emperor's eyes, but in the next moment, his gaze became absolutely calm and emotionless. That black infant had dissipated in the wind. Li Caitian had died. Emperor Chen of Han had died. Yang Ying had died. 3 grandmasters had died in the world. These 3 people who were a threat to him in terms of cultivation had all died. If you want another 9 years of peace, then agree to this lonely one's request. The Yuanwu Emperor turned his head coldly, and said to the King of Chu. At this time, the Qin dynasty had hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers in Yangshan Commandery. They could invade the Chu lands at any time and take the Chu capital. So he asked the King of Chu first. More wrinkles appeared on the King of Chu's face. To everyone's surprise, he looked up at the Yuanwu emperor without much anger and said, "This place in exchange for 9 years of peace, this request is not excessive." Li Lingjun turned to look in disbelief at the King of Chu. He felt that the King of Chu would at least consider the Yang and Qis intentions. He had not expected the King of Chu to agree directly. He had been in Changling for a long time, and knew just how humiliated the brave Qin people felt after Yangshan Commandery was taken away, and how much they valued land. For the Qin people, it was easy to give them this kind of land, but it was not so easy to take it back. The Emperor of Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the Emperor of Qi at the side. The Emperor of Qi was silent for a moment and said, "I have no objections. You can decide." The Emperor of Yang lowered his eyebrows slightly and said, "If so, then we will meet again on that mountain in 9 years." It was decided like this. Other than the 4 emperors, everyone on Deer Mountain shook in unison. They all understood the Emperor of Yang's meaning. They would make an agreement to not offend each other for 9 years, and then hold a conference 9 years later. But the location of the conference would not be this Deer Mountain, but the mountain that had been flattened by the sword. But none of them had expected the 3 emperors to agree so readily. Their opinions were unusually unanimous. This conference would end so easily. With such an agreement, the Qin dynasty didn't just take back Yangshan Commandery, but also the Wu Mountains. They created a stronghold that could attack the 3 dynasties at any time, and pressed the border 100 miles closer to the 3 dynasties. The danger of the Wu Mountains was akin to the Qin dynasty building a steep and enormous wall out of thin air. The benefits that the Qin dynasty obtained in this unprecedented conference could not be exchanged for with the lives of millions of Qin swordsmen. Yet, hearing his opponents agree, the Yuanwu emperor did not show any joy on his face. Instead, a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. He thought slowly inside, just a pile of vulgar things. Since ancient times, the power of an agreement came from reputation and trust, and not martial power. Even if one of the parties to the alliance had superior martial strength, it would often lead to many unpredictable consequences if the alliance was easily torn apart. Things like reputation and trust seemed illusory in normal times, but sometimes, they could play a decisive role in a great battle. For example, in the battles of some small tribes that shared a common hatred for the enemy would often win. And in the world of cultivators, the result of disregarding one's reputation and trust might be that one would attract many unimaginable opponents. The Yuanwu emperor naturally knew this. His words inside were not because he felt that he could ignore the agreement, but because he was disdaining the hypocrisy of the 3 emperors in front of him. As the rain fell at a strange rhythm, the 3 emperors of the agreement started to leave the banquet. A ceremonial official was responsible for the complicated and dignified procedures. The Yuanwu emperor stood motionless. His slightly disdainful gaze swept across Deer Mountain. The armies and cultivators of the Yang, Chu, and Qi dynasties still did not move. With his great strategy and peerless cultivation, Emperor Yuanwu had forced the 3 dynasties to make such an agreement. At this time, Emperor Yuanwu was the strongest he had ever been in his life. Yet, his vital energy had been used up, and he was also at his weakest. The slight mockery in his eyes expanded infinitely, and finally turned into an indescribable proud smile. As his smile spread, he looked at the mountains around Deer Mountain and shouted disdainfully, "Since you have come to kill me at this time, why hide? When have the people of the Basin Kendo ground ever been so cowardly?" As he shouted, many people on the peak of Deer Mountain shook as though they had sensed something. They turned to look at a mountain. The rain falling from the sky suddenly grew heavier. The sky grew darker. The golden dragon on the Yuanwu emperor's dragon robe grew dimmer. Whoosh! An exceptionally sharp and powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from the mountain that everyone was looking at. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. This bolt of lightning did not come from the top, but from the bottom to the top. When they sensed this abnormality, many people at the peak of Deer Mountain finally reacted. This was a sword light. Basin Kendo ground. The words that came from the Yuanwu emperor's mouth and the sword light caused the blood of many people at the peak to freeze. Many people's eardrums were ringing. Boom! But the shock did not stop. At this time, an exceptionally violent presence exploded from another mountain. A figure rose into the air from that mountain and flew towards the Yuanwu emperor like a meteor with terrifying killing intent. All the raindrops in the sky were attracted by this person, as though this person was the legendary immortal who summoned clouds and rain. The two grandmasters who occupied the mountains showed their killing intent at the same time. Their target was the weakened Yuanwu emperor. Some people's hearts beat like drums. They started to understand why the three emperors just now had reached an agreement so easily. They also started to understand that Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying were just the prelude to this shocking attack. But this was not the end. The moment that figure soared into the sky, another terrifying aura that could pierce the heavens and slaughter the earth rose from the top of another mountain. A wild killing intent that seemed to carry the stench of the sea swept towards Emperor Yuanwu at the same time. Chapter 214. When the sword light that was even more stunning than lightning appeared, the king of Chu's old face was covered in an unusual flush. This unusual flush caused the age spots on his face to turn bright red like blooming plum blossoms. When the Yang first attacked and Li Caitian died, he knew that there was a grand scheme behind this. But he had not expected this grand scheme to be so astounding that even the top grandmaster of the Qi dynasty, Yang Ying, did not hesitate to die to pave the way. The king of Qi's eyes were filled with deep shock, true shock. He had listened to Yang Ying's words and quietly watched the play. He had not expected to see such a grand play in the end. He sensed clearly that it was a peachwood sword with a sword light more stunning than lightning. There was an old peach tree in the Basin Kendo ground that did not die after being struck by lightning multiple times. In the end, the peachwood core formed seal scripts that were suited to absorbing lightning energy and was made into a peachwood sword by the swordsman of the Basin Kendo ground. Ding Ning looked at the three waves of killing intent that surged up from the surrounding mountains, and his pupils shrank slightly. The owner of this peachwood sword was naturally Yi Xinhe of the Basin Kendo ground. The one who flew through the air and attracted thousands of rain droplets like the legendary immortal who summoned clouds and rain was naturally Song Chaosheng. The one who gave off a strong fishy smell and even a hint of madness in his killing intent was naturally the crazy grandmaster of Blue Jade Island, Guodongjiang. He was not unfamiliar with these three people. The 1,000-year sword horde of the Basin Kendo ground exploded in one day. Dozens of years ago, many geniuses appeared, and they were all the top talents of their time. At the time, all the dynasties in the world exclaimed that they did not know what kind of fortune had gathered in the Basin Kendo ground. Yi Xinhe was able to wield one of the most important weapons of the Basin Kendo ground, the divine peach sword, when the Basin Kendo ground was at its peak. Of course, he was one of the top talents of the Basin Kendo ground. In the past, in the war against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, he had taken the role of an assassin that went deep into the heart of each dynasty. When the army at the front was fighting, he would often be in a certain city of the enemy, taking the opportunity to assassinate an important noble or cultivator. Just like how great rebels like Zhao Yi and Bai Shanshui were not willing to easily enter Changling, many cities were like giant urns for cultivators. It was easy to enter but difficult to leave. Going deep into enemy territory was more dangerous than fighting on the battlefield. Yi Xinhe had traveled from one dynasty to another, and his ability to hide and evade assassination was far beyond the reach of other grandmasters. After the Basin Kendo ground was destroyed, there had been rumors that he had died in that battle. After more than 10 years, there had been no news of his whereabouts. Ding Ning had also thought that he was dead, but he did not expect to see him here. Looking at the sword light right now, the 9-heaven lightning sword he cultivated had reached its peak. Putting aside cultivation, even the old masters of the Basin Kendo ground could not use it so perfectly. Song Chaosheng of the Wei dynasty's Song family had been one of the strongest grandmasters of the Wei dynasty back then. He had also been one of the leaders who had opposed the king of Wei building the Spirit Canal and Cloud Water Palace's dominance. But just like the old nobility of the Qin dynasty's reform, the Song family had been destroyed by the king of Wei and Cloud Water Palace. In the end, The capital of the Wei dynasty was taken by the Qin army. When the Wei dynasty was destroyed, someone had seen him sing a sad song and shed 1,000 tears. Each tear turned into a tide, causing the unfinished spirit canal of the Wei dynasty to rise 3 feet. Then he disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. As to Guodongjiang, very few people knew that this crazy overseas cultivator was friends with the master of the last flower sword on Ding Ning's body. The sea routes of the Qin dynasty could not be opened just by the arrival of the armored ships. They had also been created by the swords of many people. During the Qin dynasty's reform, many people had become lifelong enemies with the swordsmen of the Basin Kendo ground. Some people had become friends through fighting. Ding Ning should have been happy that the 3 of them had worked together to assassinate the Yuanwu emperor. If he had followed forefather Zhu here, Ding Ning would have been happy. But he had come with Pan Ruoy and Mo Shouqing. Everything he saw with his own eyes reminded him that the Yuanwu emperor seemed to have predicted something like this would happen. So what he wanted to do the most right now was to shout for these 3 to change their minds. But even if he shouted, would these 3 listen to him even if they heard him? If the 3 of them knew his true identity, who among them would listen, and who wouldn't? In the previous battle between Emperor Chen of Han, Yang Ying and the Yuanwu emperor, while Emperor Chen of Han and Yang Ying had earned his respect and allowed him to understand all of the Yuanwu emperor's secrets and win his respect and gratitude, those 2 grandmasters did not have a direct connection to him like the people who were attacking now. Therefore, the chill in his body became even more intense at this moment. Even though he kept telling himself to be absolutely calm, because only absolute calm could allow him to see things clearly, his hands still unconsciously started to tremble. Chang Feng. Release. Shrill military orders sounded on Deer Mountain. The emperors of the Chu, Yang, and Qi dynasties had all agreed to the Yuanwu emperor's request in order to withdraw and show that they had nothing to do with what happened next. They would not be accused of using the alliance to kill the emperor of the Qin dynasty. Under such tacit understanding, the armies of the 3 dynasties could not move at all. They were even quieter than when they were resting. But the battle-hardened elites of the Qin dynasty would not allow an assassin to kill their beloved emperor. Some unique military orders were used to mobilize cultivators to activate their seal weapons. When the raindrops on Deer Mountain gathered towards Song Chaoxing in the air, a terrifying energy tide exploded on one side of Deer Mountain. Astounding pillars of wind shot into the sky. Inside, countless blue lights flashed. They were all blue arrows that shot out like meteors. As the wind blew, the countless green arrows left streaks of green trails behind them. It was as if they were drawing long talismans, completely breaking free from the shackles of gravity. Instead, they flew faster and faster. Finally, the air in front of the arrow tip started to burn. The wind wrapped around the flames. The entire sky seemed to be burning. The power of an army, especially a well-formed army, was not something that individual cultivators could match. For example, mountainous beetles would often be bitten to death by ants. In the 3 years before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, in the bloody storm of Changling, many great experts of the Basin Kendo ground had been killed by the army or cultivators slightly weaker than them. Seeing this burning presence, many Yang, Chu, and Qi generals felt great helplessness and sorrow in their eyes. They knew that the Qin dynasty was so strong now because of the reforms of the past. The country was too strong, and many students from cultivation places joined the army each year. In the end, the army was too strong. Yet Song Chaoxing, who was flying through the air, did not seem to care about this burning presence. His body didn't seem to move at all. Or rather, he had predicted that such a scene would appear. The thousands of raindrops that gathered towards him started to fall. Each raindrop seemed weak and powerless as it fell, but each raindrop fell at the same time. They rubbed against the primal energies of the universe and vibrated at the same frequency. In nature, 2 identical raindrops could not appear at the same time. But now, there were countless identical raindrops in the sky. These raindrops formed a terrifying tide. With an enormous boom, the arrow fire was extinguished. All the raindrops turned into powder, but the terrifying power of the tide still fell from the sky and landed in the camp of the Qin army. An even more muffled boom sounded halfway up Deer Mountain. Then there were the sounds of metal falling to the ground and flesh flying. Many bodies, even incomplete bodies, jumped up from the ground together with some heavy weapons, and were thrown out without any reason. Such a violent attack was to pave the way for the sword light that was sharper than lightning. Song Chaosheng had only flown halfway. He was in the middle of two mountains when the peach god sword on the Basin Kendo ground reached the peak of Deer Mountain. The Yuanwu Emperor was almost out of vital energy, but facing such a sword, he proudly shook his head at Marquis Shu. Then he reached out towards Huang Jinwei next to him. Huang Jinwei was standing next to him. When the Yuanwu Emperor reached out, Huang Jinwei suddenly became extremely weak. He also reached out towards the Yuanwu Emperor. A pure white lotus seed appeared in his hand. Then, in the next moment, all of the true essence in his body, even the 5 qis, gushed out from his palm and converged into the pure white lotus seed. Layers of bright yellow lines appeared on the surface of this pure white lotus seed, and it turned into a bright yellow pill. The presence of this bright yellow pill was very similar to the presence of the Yuanwu Emperor. This bright yellow pill landed in the hands of the Yuanwu Emperor. Then the Yuanwu Emperor smiled proudly, swallowed this pill, and swung his sword again. Chapter 215. At this time, of all the cultivators around Deer Mountain, other than Huang Jinwei, only Ding Ning and Mo Shoqing knew of the Yuanwu Emperor's secret. So when they saw Huang Jinwei condense his core, and felt the enormous and empty gullies in the Yuanwu Emperor's body fill with vital energy, even Pan Ruoy beside Mo Shoqing felt indescribable shock. The King of Chu's unusual red face quickly turned pale. His lips became even redder, as if all the redness on his face had gathered between his lips. There was a painful cough. He coughed up blood. The bright eyes of the Qi and Yang emperors immediately dimmed. The Yuanwu Emperor grew strong again, his body growing larger in their senses until he was as tall as the sky. He gave a furious howl on the mountain. Yi Xinhe, who found that he had fallen into a trap, did not care about Song Chaosheng, who was flying between the two mountains, and decisively put his sword away. Some people advanced, some retreated. But advancing and retreating was for the best result. With an enormous boom, countless people's eardrums bled and they could not hear anything. An unimaginably huge pillar of lightning fell from the sky. It was so huge that it would require at least dozens of people to encircle it. The peachwood sword went against the flow of this huge pillar of lightning, as if it wanted to follow the lightning and pierce a hole in the sky to escape. You think it is so easy to come and go as you wish? The Yuanwu Emperor had a strong and confident expression. He looked sympathetically at the sword light, shook his head and said. His tone was like he was speaking to a child. One of the former heroes of the Basin Kendo ground was like a panicked child in front of him. He swung his sword. Song Chaosheng, who was flying between the two mountains, paled. He sensed the Yuanwu Emperor's sword coming towards him. He shouted in a low voice. Countless curved seal lines suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. His vital energy charged out of his body and flooded into these seal lines. He tried to create the strongest wave he could create in his life to stop the Yuanwu Emperor's attack. However, at this moment, his face became even paler. The bright yellow long sword slashed at him, and the sword essence also came at him. But the true sword energy rose from the ground without a trace and cut into the enormous pillar of lightning. A sword light that looked like a transparent crystal sliced through the terrifying lightning pillar like a tree and accurately struck the sword light that was trying to escape upwards. Crack, 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 crack. The enormous pillar of lightning gave off continuous cracking sounds like it was made of solid crystal. This astounding pillar of lightning immediately shattered like a block of ice, turning into thousands of dancing lightning snakes in the air. The transparent crystal-like sword light was still extremely condensed and stuck to the sword light. At this moment, the scene gave people the illusion that time had stopped flowing. As the lightning on the sword light, a yellowish-brown wooden sword. Then, the wooden sword trembled as if it was in pain, and began to break apart piece by piece. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous thunder rumbled in the sky. Every single piece of wood contained an astonishing amount of pressure, and they were all sent flying for an unknown number of miles before exploding violently. The Peach God Sword was undoubtedly one of the best swords on the Basin Kendo ground. Yi Xinhe was undoubtedly one of the strongest swordsmen in the world right now. But the Yuanwu Emperor had shattered the Peach God Sword with one blow. The Peach God Sword shattered. The peak from which the Peach God Sword had flown out shook violently. Countless trees and grasses broke apart like they had been cut by a sharp weapon. A layer of blood mist suddenly sprayed out from the skin of a long-haired man who was wearing ordinary cotton clothes and had an ethereal figure. Killing Emperor Chen of Han, Yang Ying, and now the Peach God Sword. All the cultivators on the peak of Deer Mountain could not describe the presence of the Yuanwu Emperor. But a mad roar sounded in the sky. Yuanwu, you really think you are invincible? An enormous figure giving off crimson flames charged out of the peak filled with the smell of the sea and walked through the air. With such a shout, a deep blue long blade suddenly appeared in the air behind Song Chaosheng. A mountainous energy fell from the sky and smashed onto the long blade. Blade energy spread in all directions and turned into enormous waves. An enormous deep blue wave appeared in the sky. Song Chaosheng did not look back. Sensing the appearance of this enormous wave, the hesitation on his face turned to solemnity and dignity. The seal lines in front of him rose up. In the next moment, he hit the deep blue wave with all his power. Another muffled and terrifying collision sounded in the air. Under the impact of Song Chaosheng's wave, the dark blue wave in front of him did not accelerate. Instead, it strangely stagnated. In the next moment, with a cracking sound, the dark blue long saber was slapped out and broke through the wave. The long blade that had been slapped out seemed to have perfectly gathered the power of the two people. A straight light mark appeared in front of the blade, and did not seem to belong to the mortal world. At the same time, on the mountain where all the vegetation had been cut apart, Yi Xinhe, whose skin was splattered with bloody mist, once again let out a determined howl. His entire body soared into the sky, emitting a dazzling sword light and an aura of mutual destruction. You really think you are invincible in the world? Guo Dongjiang's mad shout was still echoing through the valley. Before the blade light arrived, the overwhelming pressure caused the vital energy of many cultivators on the peak of Deer Mountain to be unable to flow smoothly. While he had shattered the Peach God Sword with one blow, everyone was certain that the Yuanwu Emperor was greatly exhausted, and could not make another blow like just now. The three grandmasters flying over had clearly disregarded life and death. Regardless of how much power they could produce after disregarding life and death, at least from Yi Xinhe's retreat and coming in just now, these three grandmasters felt that they had a great chance of killing the Yuanwu Emperor by sacrificing their lives. Yet the Yuanwu Emperor did not show any fear on his face. He held his sword in front of him, and narrowed his eyes at the blade light. He said, Wang Jingmeng is dead, Yang Xinlan is dead, Mo Bieli is dead, so I am naturally invincible. These three names had been the strongest of the Basin Kendo ground in the past, and cultivators who had walked in front of him in cultivation. At the same time, he would completely erase these three names, and would not mention them normally. But previously, Yang Ying had said that he feared the name of that person. So when he said it now, he was telling everyone his strength and fearlessness. The blade light was in front, and the sword light that Yi Xinhe had turned into was behind. The blade and sword, burning with the brightest light and killing intent of the cultivation world in the last decade, attacked Yuanwu. At the same time, almost all the wild peach trees outside of Deer Mountain bloomed, and the mountain was dyed red. In the sky that was filled with killing intent, there was one more tranquil white cloud. The mountain flowers were in full bloom. Naturally, it was the cheese-true young Marquis Li. The cloud was naturally the nameless Daoist of the Scroll sect who had left the mountain of his own accord. These two people had completely revealed their cultivation, but did not attack. They did not stop the blade and sword in order to show their existence, intimidate and restrain the people on the mountain who wanted to help the Yuanwu Emperor. These were all grandmasters who surpassed the other Realm 7 in the world. Now, these grandmasters wanted the Yuanwu Emperor to die. On the mountain where Ding Ning was, Mo Shocheng also attacked. Mo Shocheng's vital energy flooded out of his body, but it was not violent at all. All of it turned into a thin and exceptionally high presence that evaporated into the world like water vapor. In this moment, Ding Ning looked at Mo Shouqing's back and had an impulse to attack. He wanted to change the result here. Maybe if he killed Mo Shouqing right now, he could change the result here. But Mo Shouqing had Pan Ruoy next to him. If his cultivation was Realm 5 right now, Pan Ruoy, who had almost no vital energy in her body, would not be able to stop him from killing Mo Shouqing. But his cultivation was not high enough. Pan Ruoy could easily kill him. The best opportunity had appeared, but his cultivation was 2 levels lower than his opponent's. This was fate. He looked coldly at the scene in front of him. He could not breathe, and did not have time to breathe. Yi Xinha's sword light flashed across the sky above Guodongjiang and Song Chaosheng. Suddenly, something changed. The sword light condensed and suddenly fell down like a broken meteor. Everyone's hearts dropped. Guodongjiang trembled in fury and screamed. His palms reached towards the sky as he ignored the sword light and slapped towards Yi Xinha's body. With a crack, the sword light cut through his body and caused his body to give off the sound of twigs breaking. It was impossible for his palms to touch Yi Xinha's body, but a palm print appeared on Yi Xinha's chest and one side of her face. With a muffled shout, Yi Xinha's body flew backwards like a meteor. Song Chaosheng also shouted angrily. Yi Xinha had started this trap. Yi Xinha had secretly set it up on the Basin Kendo ground. If not for Yi Xinha's invitation, he and Guodongjiang may not have appeared here. Without this trap, Li Caitian, Emperor Chen of Han, and Yang Ying would not have died one after another. But Yi Xinha, who had started this trap, had betrayed them all. How could he not be angry? As he shouted angrily, the Yuanwu Emperor calmly sent out his sword to meet the blade light. He only cared about this blade light and ignored everything else. The white flowing cloud in the sky was about to fall. But at this time, an invisible wall appeared under the white cloud. Someone gave a serene sigh. At the same time, an endless stream of sword chi surged up from another mountain. This sword energy was not strong and did not seem to affect the battle at this time. But this sword seemed to be able to encircle all of Deer Mountain and the surrounding mountains. When such a sword energy appeared, people on the peak of Deer Mountain finally guessed that the shallow sword marks that had surrounded the mountain had come from the Prime Minister of Changling, who had come with the Yuanwu Emperor but had not shown himself. All of the peach blossoms around Deer Mountain dimmed and withered. The world was empty. Everyone could feel the 2 presences leave. A soft sound sounded in front of the Yuanwu Emperor. Countless crystalline cracks appeared in the air in front of him. There were faint marks of blood between his thumb and index finger. Then he put his sword away. The dark blue long saber fell in front of him, stabbing into the ground diagonally in front of him. Long wind. Release. A series of shrill military orders rang out again. Countless blue pillars of wind charged into the sky and then started to burn. Song Chaosheng stopped his furious roar. He looked at the Yuanwu Emperor in the distance and sighed. He no longer had the power to stop these seal weapons. His body disappeared into the burning celestial fire. Guodongjiang died. Song Chaosheng died. Other than young Marquis Li and the nameless Daoist who had left, almost all of the grandmasters in the world had died. Chapter 216. The chaotic primal energies of the universe flew in all directions at the peak of Deer Mountain, giving off giant chimes that seemed to echo through the world. The Yuanwu Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his face slightly pale. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, and blood dripped from his fingertips. After using all his power to fight against these great grandmasters of the world, he was extremely tired. Yet he felt that each of his breaths was unusually sweet. A feeling of power he had never felt before filled his body as he breathed. The mountains and lands are under my feet. In the future, who can be on par with this lonely one? He proudly raised his head, looking at the distant mountains and lands as he thought slowly inside. Almost all of the vegetation on Deer Mountain had been destroyed. Many gullies had been formed on the mountain walls by the rain and primal energies of the universe. There were threads of blood in the flowing water. All of the Qin dynasty troops stationed in the mountains saw the chaotic primal energies of the universe disappear, the bright light scatter, and the bright yellow figure standing with his hands behind his back. Even though they were surrounded by broken military equipment and bloody limbs, they could not help but shout in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Amidst such cheers, the Emperor of Yang had an ugly expression. He turned and left without a glance. The Emperor of Qi was stunned for a long time. Then he sighed. He was very sorrowful inside, but at the same time, he found that he admired Yuanwu. Emperor Chen of Han had fled in a dung cart and hid from the cultivators of the Qin dynasty outside the pass for more than a decade. Yang Ying was half a step realm 8. He did not hesitate to die in order to trigger the final trap. Song Chaosheng's family had been destroyed by the Qin people before the Wei dynasty was destroyed. He had watched helplessly as his country was destroyed, and his tears flowed like a tide. Guodongjiang wanted to take revenge for his friend. While he was mad, he had endured for more than a decade. These great grandmasters most likely wanted to kill the Yuanwu emperor at all times. They had waited and schemed for more than a decade. Finally, they had gotten a chance to kill the Yuanwu emperor, but they had still lost to the Yuanwu emperor. In addition to Li Caitian and Fang Xiong, after the Battle of Deer Mountain, the great grandmasters who could match the Yuanwu emperor and possibly catch up to him had all disappeared. How could the Yuanwu emperor's strength lie in his cultivation? So Yi Xinhe is also one of His Majesty's chess pieces. Huang Jinwei fought against the strong drowsiness that engulfed his body. He tried his best to keep his eyes open as he looked at the Yuanwu emperor, who was bathed in the sunlight. Yi Xinhe was naturally the most important chess piece in this trap. However, this chess piece had been buried before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne. It had been buried for so many years, even Huang Jinwei did not know that Yi Xinhe's sword could be used by the Yuanwu emperor. Li Lingjuan's body trembled uncontrollably. The king of Chu's health was extremely poor. With his cultivation, just now, when he coughed up blood due to his emotions, it was enough for anyone to know that the king of Chu did not have much time left. He would soon become the new monarch of the Chu dynasty. But the Yuanwu emperor's methods had not only allowed the Deer Mountain Conference to take back Yangshan Commandery and push the border 100 miles, but also set up such a trap and killed many of the great grandmasters who were a threat to him. Even if no one in the Chu dynasty doubted him and consort Zhao in the future, and supported him, he still felt terror and had no confidence. Next to him, the king of Chu looked at the Yuanwu emperor's figure. For some reason, his expression grew calmer, and in the end, he became thoughtful. His calmness even attracted the attention of the Yuanwu emperor. The Yuanwu emperor once again looked at this old man who was about to die. Looking at the strength and satisfaction in the Yuanwu emperor's eyes, the old man suddenly smiled slightly. The Yuanwu emperor was even more puzzled. In his view, the Chu dynasty should have suffered the greatest loss in this conference, so he could not understand the king of Chu's emotions right now. Congratulations, imperial son. Hearing the cheers from Deer Mountain ahead, Mo Shouqing turned his head emotionally and said sincerely to Fu Su. Fu Su was still dazed from the great shock and could not immediately understand the meaning of Mo Shouqing's words. But Mo Shouqing knew the cold Ding Ning inside. After the Deer Mountain Conference, the Qin dynasty would leap to become the strongest dynasty in the world. Fu Su would naturally become the crown prince of the strongest dynasty in the world. Everything seemed to be moving under the control of Zheng Xiu and the Yuanwu emperor. Ding Ning seemed to not dare to face the supreme presence of Deer Mountain. He slowly turned his body. His gaze first landed on the mountain peak where the exceptionally long sword light seemed to be able to encircle all of Deer Mountain. That was the yearning sword. There was no emotion in the world that was as lingering as yearning. It was sorrowful and hard to understand, and could not be stopped by mountains and rivers. The other peerless sword manual of the Basin Kendo ground had been comprehended by Minister Li, one of the 2 prime ministers under the Yuanwu emperor's throne. Young Marquis Li and the nameless Daoist from the scroll were strong, but they were still a bit weaker than Minister Li. Just now, if they did not leave now, they may never be able to leave. Ding Ning's gaze landed on the mountain valley where Yi Xinhe had fallen. At this time, the mountain valley was filled with smoke. The collision of the primal energies of the universe summoned by these great grandmasters had caused the ground in the mountain valley to sink several feet. But Ding Ning was certain that with Yi Xinhe's wounds just now, Yi Xinhe would not die after falling. Yi Xinhe. Ding Ning closed his eyes again and used all his strength to shout this name in his heart. The wall of the wine shop in Falling Parasol appeared in his mind. There was an enormous flower blooming eerily in an empty space on the wall. When he closed his eyes outside Deer Mountain and thought of the painted wall in the Falling Parasol wine shop, many people were waiting silently in Changling. In a small courtyard, Zhongsun Qianxue was steaming glutinous rice. Her fingers seemed to be even whiter than the glutinous rice. The spring breeze was like a pair of scissors that cut off the green leaves of Changling's trees. It gently swept into the courtyard and occasionally lifted the curtain. Looking at the painted wall that was occasionally revealed behind the curtain, and thinking of the meaning contained in this wall, Zhongsun Qianxue's cold brows suddenly showed some irritation. She stopped looking at the fire in annoyance, and allowed the flames in the kitchen to extinguish. She was certain that even if something happened to Ding Ning on Deer Mountain or Wu Mountain, she would still stay in Changling and wait for the day she could kill Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. But she was also certain that without Ding Ning, she would not be used to anything. Why did you die? Why did you die? She couldn't help but think of that person again. Her eyes were filled with both hatred and anger, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. In a small courtyard not far from her, Zhongyi was boiling water. He looked at the dry wood in the stove with a focused expression. Each time he shoved several pieces of dry wood into the stove, several threads of primal energies of the universe would fly out of him and fall into the red coals under the dry wood. The dry wood immediately burned fiercely. Moments later, the water in the pot gurgled and white steam roiled. He used his fingers as a sword and swept them. The slightly boiling water in the pot flew out like a snake and fell into the large wooden tub at the side. He added some cold water and tested the temperature. Then he added more water to the pot. Then he shouted towards the courtyard, "Little sect brother, you can bring cave master to bathe." Shun Yi supported Xue Wangshu as they slowly appeared in his sight. Seeing Shun Yi help Xue Wangshu into the tub and use an old loofah to help Xue Wangshu scrub his back, Zhongyi was reassured. He used hot water to soak Xue Wangshu's clothes and started to wash them. As he did these things, Zhongyi was like an ordinary youth who had lived in Falling Parasol for a long time. He had completely forgotten how restrained he had been at the start and didn't even dare to shout loudly. But when he shouted "Little sect brother," he couldn't help but think of Ding Ning. Before Shun Yi entered the sect, Ding Ning was the little sect brother of White Goat Cave. Xue Wangshu lived in Falling Parasol and seemed to enjoy each day. But he knew that Xue Wangshu's health was deteriorating. I wonder where junior sect brother Ding Ning is right now. I wonder if he is safe. He looked at the steam and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. He knew, but he couldn't help but look inquisitively at Shun Yi and Xue Wangshu. He said, "The Deer Mountain Conference should end today?" "The day of the Deer Mountain Conference is today." Shun Yi looked at Zhongyi through the white mist and said seriously, "Senior sect brother Ding Ning can see the situation better than anyone else. He is just watching from a distance and will not be in any danger. After today, he should return and prepare to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." While he said this, Shun Yi did not have much confidence. What if something happened at the Deer Mountain Conference? What if the Holy One did not gain any advantage in the negotiations with the three dynasties, and something unexpected happened? Zhongyi made a sound of acknowledgement as though he agreed with Shun Yi's words. But he was not confident either. Xue Wangshu naturally knew better than these young people what it meant to be unpredictable. He smiled faintly and said, "You two idiots, what's the use of worrying? I can wait, can't you wait?" Zhongyi and Shun Yi did not speak. In this spring of the 12th year of Yuanwu, the news that the Qin dynasty had taken back Yangshan Commandery and that the Yuanwu emperor had flattened Deer Mountain with one blow had not reached Changling. All of Changling appeared especially heavy as they waited. They were slightly irritated and anxious. Chapter 217. In the late spring, the armies of the Chu, Yang, and Qi dynasties left Deer Mountain like three long dragons and moved into the wilderness behind Deer Mountain. Many of the generals and cultivators of the three dynasties felt exceptionally humiliated. They knew that the three dynasties had come at different times but had to leave at the same time because it was not safe for any of the armies that came to Deer Mountain to face the Qin army alone. This kind of humiliation was even greater for the Chu generals and officials gathered around the Emperor of Chu's carriage. 9 years ago, they had been the victors against the Qin. But now, the situation had completely reversed. Time and fate, not the fault of war. Fortune and misfortune lie within, misfortune and fortune depend on each other. No one can say for sure how this calamity has turned. What worried these Chu officials the most was that the Emperor of Chu had burned away the last of his energy at Deer Mountain. Now, even cultivators who were not very strong could feel that his body was like an oil lamp that had used up all of its oil, and only the last red wick was giving off embers. So when the Emperor of Chu said some comforting words to his most trusted officials with a calm expression, they seemed to be his last words in their ears. Yangshan Commandery was theirs to begin with. It is not a big deal to return it to them. It is also not a big deal to give Deer Mountain to Yuanwu. To prevent the Qin army from marching in, at most, we need to set up more garrisons around Deer Mountain. Even more important is the people. Knowing that the people around him could not walk out of the Yuanwu emperor's shadow, the Emperor of Chu smiled slightly. After saying this, he only left behind some of the most important officials of the Chu dynasty. I think you know some things from the previous assassination. You know that I favor consort Zhao only because of her beauty. His gaze landed on these important officials whose hair was slightly white. He said gravely, "What I want you to do now is to unconditionally obey all of her decisions, regardless of what she does." Hearing such a vague imperial order, the 4 old officials who knew him very well all held their breaths. "Take this as my last will." But before they could speak, the Emperor of Chu looked at them and said softly, "Since this is my will, you should know how much serious consideration I went through when I said this. So you do not need to doubt or ask. I only need you to remember. No matter how you feel it is wrong, you must listen to me." The 4 old officials understood the weight of this sentence and got off the carriage one after another to kneel and accept the order. The Emperor of Chu bowed slightly. The carriage continued forward. Another young cultivator was summoned to the front of his chariot. Even the old officials that the king of Chu trusted the most only knew that this young cultivator was called Li Yunrui, and was the personal guard that had followed the king of Chu in recent years. When this young cultivator came in front of the Emperor of Chu's carriage alone, the bronze sparrow seal scripts on the Emperor of Chu's carriage started to shine. The bronze sparrows seemed to take this bronze carriage into the air and fly to the illusory jade palaces in the sky. Shrouded in the light, this young cultivator's expression was calm and solemn. He knew that the light given off by this bronze carriage was only used to stop anyone from eavesdropping. It could also cause the Emperor of Chu or him to disappear from this place. He knew that there was an extremely important mission waiting for him that might require him to give up his life. He didn't say anything and just waited seriously. Do not let anyone know of today's matter, including consort Zhao and the future Emperor of Chu. The Emperor of Chu looked warmly and apologetically at him. He spoke first in the flying bronze light. Li Yunrui took a deep breath and nodded to show that he understood. "Go to Changling now." This time, a Changling youth entered Wu Mountain with Fu Su. Previously, they followed forefather Ju. With your abilities, it should not be hard to find out who that person is. The Emperor of Chu looked approvingly at him and said, "Give him the thing I sealed for you before." Previously, when he said that this matter could not even be known to consort Zhao, Li Yunrui did not show any shock or puzzlement despite knowing the weight. Yet, hearing the words, Li Yunrui frowned slightly and wanted to ask something. But the Emperor of Chu seemed to see what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Do not worry. You just have to give that thing to him." Li Yunrui took another deep breath and nodded. "After I die, only you and that Changling youth will know of this matter." The Emperor of Chu still seemed worried and said slowly and gravely, "You cannot let anyone know of this matter. If possible, Do not let anyone discover that you have gone to Changling. Li Yunrui breathed deeply, but he still felt he could not breathe. He felt his body grow heavy. But in the next moment, countless lights spun around him into the sky. His body flew with the lights into the sky at astounding speed and disappeared from the Emperor of Chu's carriage. The Emperor of Chu looked up slightly at the lights that disappeared with the white clouds. He was silent. He hoped that his guesses and premonitions were correct and there were no problems. Li Yunrui's body moved through the chaotic primal energies of the universe like a leaf in a hurricane. After a dozen breaths, he landed in the forest where the Chu dynasty troop had long disappeared. There was still a faint light lingering around his body, making his body light and graceful. Moreover, no aura was emitted from his body. He looked in the direction where the Emperor of Chu had returned and knelt down, kowtowing deeply a few times. Tears fell from his eyes. He knew that after this, it would be difficult for him to see this respectable emperor again. Among the Qi dynasty's carriages, there were still 8 large men in chainmail carrying the grave-like black sedan. Inside this large sedan with yin jade as the bricks and pearls as the roof, there were still 2 purple-black wooden chairs in the center. The Emperor of Qi was still sitting on one of the purple-black wooden chairs. Sitting in the wooden chair opposite him was Yang Ying, who had changed into a new black robe. Yang Ying's eyes were closed. While his vitality had long disappeared, his expression was normal as though he was in a deep sleep. Any matter will naturally decline when it reaches its peak. If the fire is too strong, it cannot last. Teacher Ruo, this is the principle you told me before. I truly think of you as my teacher, but you feel that I do not qualify to be your disciple. I can only call you Teacher Ruo. Based on what you told me, Yuan Wu's victory today is a good thing. He is so strong that he has subdued the 3 dynasties. He must be at his peak. If not for this, I think that in the future, the 3 dynasties will not be able to work together against the Qin dynasty. We will be defeated one by one. In this case, why is he going to decline after reaching his peak? But without you by my side, I really do not have much confidence. After saying this, the Emperor of Qi looked fawningly at Yang Ying and said seriously, Teacher Ruo, look, I have completely followed your wishes and will bring your body back to your disciple in one piece. You will not suddenly use some method to scare me, right? After saying this, the Emperor of Qi waited silently. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed. Master Ruo, it seems like you've really left me. Without you, I really feel that it's meaningless. His sigh was faint, and it continuously echoed in the black palanquin. The atmosphere of the Yang dynasty's carriages was the most oppressive. Because when they left Deer Mountain, the Emperor of Yang's expression was the ugliest and angriest. Even when he entered his imperial carriage, the Emperor of Yang's eyes still burned with unusual anger. No orders were issued from the imperial chariot. All the officials of the Yang dynasty naturally thought that the Emperor of Yang's anger had not dissipated. But unexpectedly, behind the heavy curtains of the imperial carriage, the Emperor of Yang did not have any anger in his eyes. He did not even have much sorrow. Spirit beasts that looked like fish and birds flew in the sky. Ding Ning and Fu Su sat next to each other and watched as the scenery around Deer Mountain and Wu Mountain quickly retreated. All the enemies had left, but the Yuan Wu Emperor was still on the peak of Deer Mountain. He stood alone by the cliff, allowing the wind to blow at his dragon robe and hair. At this time, few people would think that the Yuan Wu Emperor was waiting for a person to appear. In the mind of the Yuan Wu Emperor, there was another person who was the greatest variable. Yet that variable did not appear. He had one, and one completely. He had not appeared when he was most likely to be killed. That person was completely dead. Even if the 9-death silkworm appeared, it may have nothing to do with him. Carrier pigeons and falcons were flying rapidly, and horses were galloping. They sent the results of the Deer Mountain Conference in all directions to the world. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, the Yuan Wu Emperor thought coolly, that person should not appear again. Starting today, this world should belong to this lonely one. Chapter 218. In the morning, when the smoke had just started to rise, A light wind blew at the curtains. In the falling parasol wine shop, Jongsun Chenxue had just finished cooking the porridge. Her beautiful and cool brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Then she walked out of the back courtyard towards the front hall. A short while later, the half-closed shop door creaked. Looking at the person who pushed open the door with great familiarity and seemed to have dew on his body, Jongsun Chenxue asked, "How come you are so fast?" Her tone was neither cold nor indifferent, but it was extremely rare for her to use such a tone when dealing with people. Only Ding Ning could casually push open the door and make her speak in such a tone. "I came back on Pan Ruoi's Kuan beast." Ding Ning picked up a dry cloth to wipe his face and body as he responded. They had not seen each other for a long time, and he was not certain if they would meet again. But at this time, Jongsun Chenxue looked at his slightly damp hair and pale face. She did not say more and just asked simply, "How is it?" Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "Li Caitian is dead, Fang Xiong is crippled, Emperor Chen of Han is dead, Yang Ying is dead, Song Chaoxing is dead, Guodongjiang is dead, Yi Xinhe is still alive but seriously injured. Minister Li has cultivated the yearning sword art. Yuan Wu is fine, realm 8 second class." Jongsun Chenxue grew silent. While she was usually too lazy to think about matters outside of cultivation, she was the smartest person. Only she could talk to Ding Ning in such a way, and the two were used to this way of talking. "Yi Xinhe deserves to die." She was silent for a long time before she said this. She understood all the people of the Basin Kendo ground in the past. So while Ding Ning spoke simply, she was certain of something from these simple words. If Yi Xinhe was not one of the Yuanwu Empress people, then she would not have been seriously injured, and would have died with those people. Ding Ning put down the half-wet cloth in his hand and glanced at her. Her exquisite face didn't change much, but she was furious. "You don't have to be angry." Ding Ning lowered his head and began to look for shoes to change into. At the same time, he said softly, "There are more than one or two betrayers. I've seen so many that I've become numb. It's not worth getting angry." Jongsun Chenxue didn't answer his question. After a moment of silence, she said, "So many people, yet they couldn't kill him?" Ding Ning said softly, "It's okay. We can wait." Jongsun Chenxue's anger began to show on her face. She felt that Ding Ning's advice was somewhat hypocritical. However, Ding Ning had anticipated her reaction. He raised his head and continued, "Both he and Zhang Xiu know how to play with power, taking advantage of the cultivation practitioners of the Qin dynasty. If we want to kill him, we have to get rid of the people around him first." Previously, I said that you were shameless, but he and Zhang Xiu are the most shameless. Jongsun Chenxue took a deep breath. The frost on her face slowly disappeared, but her tone grew even colder. "I take back what I said. To deal with the most shameless people, we have to use some shameless methods." Ding Ning looked at her and nodded. He did not immediately respond. Based on their habits, the matters of Deer Mountain had come to an end. "Do you want to wash?" Jongsun Chenxue looked at Ding Ning's slightly cold appearance and said. She could guess that this was because the cold wind had blown too much in the sky for too long. Based on this, she could guess that the person riding the spirit beast wanted to return to Changling as quickly as possible. Also, their vital energy and primal energies of the universe had been greatly expended. They could not even waste any of it to resist the wind and cold in the sky. To be able to come back alive, the hot bath he had to take every day because of Jongsun Chenxue's misophobia seemed to be something he missed and enjoyed the most. Ding Ning smiled warmly but still shook his head. He said, "I am hungry. I will go see Cave Master first and eat noodles with them." Jongsun Chenxue did not say anything else and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Ding Ning suddenly thought of something and added softly, "Forefather Ju is dead. The Ju family is finished." Jongsun Chenxue did not even turn her head. Her serene voice sounded. "Will there be any old nobility in Changling in the future? Who will care about this? Do you feel that I will grieve for the death of a rabbit?" Zhongyi carried a stove out the door. The wind in the alley was strong, so it was easier to start a fire. If a crude, tall hat-like iron funnel was added to the top of the stove's chimney, even if there was no need to fan, the unpleasant smell of smoke and fire would not be produced. He did not want the dry firewood with dew on the surface, and he did not need too much dry grass to start the fire. These details had become a habit. He carried the stove out, and the first thing he did was to lower his head and take the pile of dry firewood at the side of the door. But out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a person looking at him with a sarcastic smile. "Little sect brother?" His eyes suddenly widened, and he subconsciously shouted this sentence. When he looked up and saw Ding Ning, he realized his mistake and shouted in joy, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning! Junior sect brother Ding Ning has returned. Little sect brother Shen Yi, come out quickly." This was undoubtedly something that made people feel warm. Hearing Zhong Yi's shout, Ding Ning smiled and also shouted, "By the way, take out my noodle bowl. I'm so hungry." The junior sect brother he had missed the most finally returned safely from Deer Mountain. Zhong Yi could not care about starting a fire and heating water. He immediately welcomed Ding Ning into the courtyard and then led Ding Ning to Xue Wangshu's room. He and Shen Yi served Xue Wangshu, who had woken up a long time ago. "Why did you return so quickly? Did you not go to Deer Mountain?" Xue Wangshu asked when he saw Ding Ning. It had only been a day and a night. The news of the Deer Mountain conference had not reached Changling yet. Normally, if Ding Ning had gone to Deer Mountain, he could not have returned so quickly. He went. Ding Ning did not add to the chaos. He watched as Zhong Yi and Shen Yi helped Xue Wangshu dress. He stood in front of the bed with his hands at his sides and said, "But it is a long story as to why he returned so quickly." Xue Wangshu stilled slightly and then smiled. He said, "Fortunately, there is enough time. No hurry, it is good to return." He really went to Deer Mountain? He came back so quickly? Didn't he fly, and fly faster than the carrier pigeons and falcons? Zhong Yi and Chen Yi couldn't figure it out for a while, but their breathing couldn't help but quicken. Ding Ning knew what they and all of Changling wanted to know the most. He thought and said directly, "Our dynasty won." While there were no specifics, just the word "one" caused Zhong Yi and Shen Yi to sink into indescribable excitement. Their eyes were filled with a strange light, their lips were trembling, and their hands were trembling. This represented the emotions of normal people in Changling and the entire Qin dynasty. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corners of Ding Ning's mouth. Was a Qin person like him not tolerated by the world? Then he looked at Zhong Yi and Shen Yi and added softly, "Our dynasty has won. The Yuanwu Emperor has reached Realm 8 second class." Zhong Yi and Shen Yi did not detect that each time Ding Ning called the Yuanwu Emperor, he did not call him Holy One like they did. Just this news caused them to be so excited they lost all ability to think. "Then this is a great matter," Zhong Yi used a long time to say in a trembling voice. "But we still have to eat noodles. We will still be hungry." Ding Ning glanced at him and then looked at Xue Wangshu. He said seriously, "Let's go eat noodles." "You are right, let's go eat noodles." Xue Wangshu also laughed. But even he could not completely understand Ding Ning's emotions right now. Ding Ning did not mean to say these words so that Zhong Yi and Shen Yi would not be too excited. His words contained helplessness and forbearance. Since the difference was too great, there was no meaning in thinking about these things. When he returned to Changling, his identity would be an ordinary White Goat Cave disciple. What he needed to consider was the upcoming Minute Mountain sword trials, and to obtain a cultivation method that would allow him to live. When you can't get something, your best choice is to forget it for the time being. "Owner, give me a bowl of sour soup and fat intestine noodles, add some bean sprouts, add an egg, and more noodles." "Ding Ning, you have returned. I have not seen you for so long. Where did you go? I wonder how the Holy One's discussion at Deer Mountain went." After some friendly greetings, Ding Ning picked up the bowl of noodles and ate loudly. He looked unusually satisfied. In reality, a place like Falling Parasol was very good. It allowed him to lower his heart. Even if the people here thought about it, they would not think that he was related to Deer Mountain and the people there. "What? Do you have something on your mind?" Xue Wangshu looked at Ding Ning, who was eating noodles, put down his chopsticks and asked. Ding Ning paused slightly. He looked up from the large bowl and then looked at Xue Wangshu. He asked softly, if you can continue to live, but you have to maintain this aging state and not change, will you choose to live? Xue Wangshu stilled slightly. Then he tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and said, "Are you not speaking nonsense? It is better to live than to die." At this time, he still did not understand Ding Ning's true intentions. After tapping the edge of the bowl, he picked up his chopsticks and continued to eat. At the same time, he said, "Life and death are fated. Do not worry too much about my body. If the Minute Mountain Sword trials go on as scheduled, it should be fine." Chapter 219. In the first light of dawn, a goshawk suddenly folded its wings in the sky and fell down like a meteor. But when it reached a certain height, it suddenly spread its wings and glided at astounding speed, almost sticking to some yellow eaves, into the depths of Changling's imperial palace. In the natural world, goshawks would rarely fly in such an astounding manner. The imperial palace of the Qin dynasty was also difficult for birds to cross. The cultivators guarding the palace would not allow birds to fly freely in the palace. Yet this goshawk's feathers were slightly red. This was not a normal color in the natural world. All the cultivators in the Qin dynasty's imperial palace knew that this goshawk came from one of the emperor's attendants. In the cabinet, the 4 inner pavilion elders waited excitedly and anxiously. It had been 3 days since the Deer Mountain Conference had ended. In these 3 days, military reports related to the Deer Mountain Conference had been sent into the imperial palace. Adding on the fact that Mo Shouqing and Pan Ruoy had returned to the palace, as elders of the inner pavilion, their status in the cabinet was second only to the 2 ministers. They already knew of the Qin dynasty's glorious victory at the Deer Mountain Conference. But at this time, most people in Changling did not know of this news and were still waiting for news of the Deer Mountain Conference. But when to announce this news, and what to say, they had to wait for the Holy One to decide. What would Changling become after this news was announced? They also knew that Prime Minister Li had followed the Holy One to Deer Mountain. The Empress and Prime Minister Yang had gone to Yongshan Commandery. They should be on their way back to Changling. From a certain point of view, Changling was an empty city right now. The excited and anxious wait finally had a result. Not long after the goshawk flew into the imperial palace, a ceremonial official appeared in front of them with a bright yellow scroll. The 4 elders started to write furiously. Orders came out of the imperial palace. Chants of promises rang out in the dark and gloomy imperial palace. Waves of joyful shouts and cheers sounded. Changling started to boil. As the astounding news was announced, the pressure that had accumulated in Changling was swept away. The farmer's hoe hit his foot, the cook's knife cut his finger, the porter on the gangplank fell into the icy river between the boats. Almost all the people of Changling were distracted. Almost all the people of Changling put down what they were doing and flooded the streets to shout "Long live the Emperor." Yongshan Commandery had been taken back by the powerful army of the Qin dynasty. Not only Yongshan Prefecture, but even the Wushan and Deer Mountain regions that connected the Qin and Chu dynasties belonged to the Qin dynasty. This was truly a celebration of the entire nation. Even the gamblers in Changling's underground gambling dens walked out of the dark gambling dens. When they saw the light of day again, their eyes stung with tears. When they heard the news, their minds became clear in their excitement. When they thought of what they had lost and done in the gambling dens, these gamblers started to cry again. The underground gambling den had also become deserted, and was exceptionally quiet and serene. In a quiet room deep in one of the underground gambling dens, Zhao Sai, still dressed in men's clothing, quietly listened to the cheers and the cries of the gamblers in the streets outside. She couldn't help but think of her master, the man who had created the Zhao sword furnace with his own power and prevented the Qin dynasty's army from entering the city. At this moment, she felt a little helpless. Even during the new year, there had never been such cheers and loud cheers. Perhaps, there had never been such a thing in the history of the Qin dynasty. The loud echoes caused dust to fall off the eaves and spread to many secluded places. Even the streets and the water of the Wei River trembled slightly. In the innermost cell of Changling's most heavily guarded great floating water prison, some black chains tightly locked a person who did not look human at all. The black water that was emitting a layer of strange silver fluorescence reached up to his chest. The dark chains were like aquatic plants that grew messily in the water, shuttling back and forth in the water around his body. They didn't even make any real contact with his body. However, these black chains themselves were like powerful runes that firmly locked down this space. The powerful force even changed the nature of the water in this area. The water became unusually cold, a bone-deep cold. His hair was like a tattered rag that had not been washed for many years, tangled together and covering most of his body, all the way to the bottom of the water. His skin that was occasionally exposed to the water was full of all kinds of ringworm, and there was no sign of flesh and blood, as if there were only bones under the skin. His appearance could not be considered human, but he gave people the feeling that he was a human because his presence was a human. Some people, no matter what they turned into, even if their features were blurred, their presence would make people feel that they were more human than most people in the world. I do not understand what you are waiting for. Shen Xian stood on a stepping stone by the water. He looked at the stone under his feet and slowly said, "Are you satisfied with today's result?" No news had passed into this cell. Shen Xian had not mentioned anything about the Deer Mountain Conference to this person. But he knew that this person knew what had happened just from the sounds and vibrations. This person was publicly recognized as the best strategist in the world, and the smartest person. He was Lin Zhujiu. "Come closer, I will tell you if I am satisfied today." A teasing voice sounded from the water and reached Shen Xian's ears. Shen Xian's eyebrows rose slightly. He looked up at the person in the water but did not take a step towards the stepping stone. "You don't even dare to take a step forward. You are worried that you will fall into my trap and want to use this chance to disturb my mind." Lin Zhujiu did not look like a person in the water, but a messy weed growing in the water. But he gave off the feeling of a proud person. He laughed. "Do you not feel this is laughable?" Shen Xian was silent for a moment and said, "It is laughable, but I am on the stone, and you are in the water." Lin Zhujiu smiled and said, "That was then and this is now. Maybe one day, you will be in the water, and I will be watching you from above." Shen Xian narrowed his eyes at him and said, "Is that possible?" Lin Zhujiu nodded seriously and said, "It should be soon." Shen Xian's pupils contracted slightly and he did not speak. Only prisoners are intimidated by prison officers, but I have never heard of a prison officer being intimidated by a prisoner. Lin Zhujiu laughed again. "But I am in a good mood today, and can tell you some things." Shen Xian looked with an ugly expression at Lin Zhujiu. He had been in the great floating water prison for so many years and knew Lin Zhujiu well. Of course, he did not think that Lin Zhujiu would tell him anything useful. But Lin Zhujiu said, "Li Lingjuan's establishment is finished." Shen Xian's breathing suddenly stopped, and an unusual light shot out of his eyes. "If we send troops to protect Li Lingjuan's establishment now, there may be time. Otherwise, today, Li Lingjuan's establishment will completely disappear from Changling." Lin Zhujiu said slowly, "No matter what kind of victory Yuanwu obtained at Deer Mountain, the Chu hostage establishment cannot be destroyed so easily. We have just made an alliance, and naturally have to give face to the three dynasties." Shen Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. He said coldly, "Who would destroy Li Lingjuan's establishment at this time?" Lin Zhujiu moved slightly and glanced at Shen Xian. He said, "Yangshan Commandery is not just humiliation to most people in Changling, but also bone-deep hatred. You should not forget that the Qin dynasty soldiers who died in that battle mostly came from Changling and Guangzhou. Victory brings venting." After a pause, Lin Zhujiu said in a mocking tone, "When you feel you may not be as strong as your opponent, you will control your venting. But when you feel your opponent has been defeated, this kind of venting will often go out of control." Shen Xian thought carefully about the words. His back grew colder, but he still shook his head. "This has nothing to do with my duty. How is it unrelated?" Lin Zhujiu's voice was full of mockery. "From the start, you were led astray by me. You were led by me, and heard me say that the Li Lingjuan establishment would be destroyed. You never thought that I was imprisoned here before the Li Lingjun establishment. I may not even know of the Chu hostage, so how could I know of the Li Lingjun establishment? Shun Xian's body shook, and his face paled. In these years, other than a few people, no one could see Lin Zhujiu. When those people were present, he was present. He could not have mentioned Li Lingjun. How did he know? I know how to read minds. With the sound of water, Lin Zhujiu looked up, his tangled hair creating splashes of water. I can see from people's eyes what they are hiding in their hearts. I see that you are the same. So this is the secret of my invincibility in the past, my ability to predict the enemy's moves, and what people are thinking. Shun Xian sank into great shock. But many breaths later, he was furious. How can there be mind reading in the world? You want to attack my mind. You think that I will be affected by your word. His furious voice echoed in the water prison. Lin Zhujiu just looked at him and smiled slightly. He said, mind reading does not exist, but you think you will have a good ending? You think that everything is in Yuanwu's control as he thinks? Just like in the past, Shun Xian felt inexplicable terror. Some of Lin Zhujiu's words were absurd, but sometimes, he just admitted it was absurd. But the following words were like cold needles that pierced the heart. Even more importantly, in the past many years, many of the things Lin Zhujiu said became reality. Just like in the past, Shun Xian decisively turned and left the cell without another word. Chapter 220. The country could not be without a ruler for a day. The imperial palace could not be without a ruler for a day. Any imperial procession would usually return as quickly as possible when they returned to court. Idling and looking at the flowers was something idle people did. Monarchs were never idle. Yet the imperial procession of the Chu dynasty stopped at Wan City. Wan City had originally belonged to the Han dynasty. When the Han dynasty had been destroyed, the Chu dynasty had carved up a piece of land. Wan City and Deer Mountain were only separated by a few cities, less than 100 miles away. Naturally, it was a border city, and not an important city where soldiers and food were stored. It was not a wise thing to stay in a place like this. Yet almost everyone in the imperial procession knew the reason. The king of Chu was truly at the end of his rope. Many people knew that this emperor who had been on the throne for the longest time had problems with his body. As the Deer Mountain Conference started, as the primal energies of the universe vibrated violently at Deer Mountain, and as multiple grandmasters died, his energy seemed to have been completely used up, and the illness in his body erupted. The king of Chu did not have a good reputation outside. He was lustful, mediocre, and did not like court. But the old officials who had followed him for many years knew that his low profile and peace, and even his muddle-headedness were just his methods. He did not see and did not care. Most of the time, he was just being tolerant and letting go. So no one in the Chu dynasty looked down on him, and not many people opposed him. They could criticize him, they could despise him, but they also respected him. The palace in Wan City had been built long before the king of Chu had come. On the dragon bed in the palace, the king of Chu leaned back on the couch. His gaze wanted to focus, but it was slightly unfocused. So his expression was calm, but he could not help but feel helpless and emotional. Consort Zhao looked down at him and held his hands. I thought that you could at least last until we reached the imperial city. She slowly said, I had not expected it to be so fast. The king of Chu felt the softness and warmth of her hands and smiled slightly. He said, I had not expected it to be so fast either. Who would have thought that I would encounter Mo Shouqing at Goddess Peak? Consort Zhao was silent. Her hands started to tighten slightly, and her knuckles started to light up. Don't do that. The Emperor of Chu shook his head. Consort Zhao shook her head stubbornly. She looked at him and said, It doesn't matter if you die on the way to war, but if you die on the way back from Deer Mountain, it will be too bad for your reputation. I don't want to hear future generations say that you were scared out of your wits by the Yuanwu Emperor and that your old illness flared up and you died before you could reach the capital. Although our reputations have never been good, I don't want you to leave with such a reputation. This is not important. The king of Chu shook his head again. He looked at her and said, I only want you to endure. Wait. Consort Zhao did not understand what he meant. The king of Chu nodded. In the future, you only need to endure, you do not need to do anything. You only need to endure. Even if you suffer a great loss, you will endure. Consort Zhao still did not understand. She asked, why? Because this will allow the Chu to exist longer than the Yang and Qi. The king of Chu smiled and said, maybe we can endure until the death of the Qin dynasty. Consort Zhao looked at him. She wanted to say something, but she sensed something. Her soft hands grew stiff. The king of Chu smiled tiredly and said, no matter what kind of person you become in the eyes of the Chu people and the historians, I am very reassured in giving the Chu to you. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes like he was falling into a deep sleep. Consort Zhao held his hand and looked at him for a long time. She said, Your Majesty, do not worry. I will do well. Then she stood up, turned and walked out. His Majesty has died. Her voice rang out in the cold temporary imperial residence, and then turned into another clap of thunder in the late spring. His Majesty has died. Orders and sorrowful cries sounded. Her figure was frozen like a statue under the eaves of the palace. Her face was like jade, but there was no sorrow. It was not that she was not sorrowful, but for many people, there was no time in life for sorrow. The king of Chu died on the way. For Changling, in the late spring of the 12th year of Yuanwu, when the news spread through the streets, the noblest mistress of Changling returned to Changling, to her inner palace. When her figure appeared on the stone path lined with terracotta soldiers, Fu Su was already waiting on the stone path. Looking at Fu Su, who was happily bowing, her perfect eyes had a doting expression that quickly turned to absolute calm. You cannot attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials again. She looked at Fu Su and said. Fu Su's body shook slightly, his face paling. He asked, Mother Empress, why? I know that friendship is very important to you. I also know that I promised you that you would attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials. The Empress looked gently at him and said, I allowed you to attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials so that you could walk freely outside the palace. But your status is different. Fu Su was stunned. Because there are no accidents at the Deer Mountain Conference. The Empress looked up into the distance of Changling and said softly, so you will quickly become the crown prince. It is nothing for an imperial son to walk outside, but a newly appointed crown prince cannot. It is not proper for the crown prince to attend a sword trial like this. Also, I cannot give you much time to play. You have many things to learn, many things to do. I think you understand. Hearing these words, Fu Su's head hung down. He understood these truths, but he could not help but feel sad. I know you are sad, but as long as that wine shop youth is outstanding enough, you will have a chance to interact. The Empress seemed to see what he was thinking. Her voice was much gentler. That youth performed well at Wu Mountain. I am very satisfied, and will naturally reward him greatly. Hearing her words, Fu Su's eyes suddenly lit up. He became happy for his good friend's encounter. Thank you, Mother Empress. In his view, since she spoke of great reward, the reward would naturally be great. A great reward might ensure that Ding Ning could successfully pass the Minute Mountain Sword trials and enter Minute Mountain Sword sect to cultivate. But he did not know that a person had many aspects. A noble mistress of Changling like her would usually handle matters in many different aspects. But the reward was only one aspect of it. They are so extravagant. Even a window frame is carved with so many flowers. But firewood is more suitable than the door. It saves effort. This is iron birch wood. It is not so easy to chop it. A man in rough robes holding a chopping blade looked in puzzlement at the wooden window frame that only had a few marks on it. He looked up and said in disbelief to Ding Ning, who had warned him, How can this wood be so hard? It will sink if you throw it into water. Of course it is hard. Ding Ning smiled slightly and said, If you want to chop it to use as firewood, you have to find a large axe. I fear you will have to chop it until tomorrow morning. Bah! Even a window frame is so exquisite. How much effort would it take to carve such patterns on such hard wood? How much silver would be wasted on so many gaudy things? The man in rough robes spat and shoved his weapon into his belt. He did not want to waste any energy on this window frame. At the same time, he said disdainfully, no wonder the Chu dynasty took advantage of us so much, and after 9 years, they could not defeat us and gave us a large piece of land. Ding Ning smiled and did not speak. He followed the man's gaze and saw a courtyard. This courtyard took up an enormous amount of space and had many buildings. It had originally been beautiful, but at a glance, the roof tiles were broken. The buildings inside had been torn down, and even the high walls were stained and had many large holes. Shun Yi was next to Ding Ning. Looking at the ruined scene in the courtyard through the large holes in the wall, Shun Yi could not help but sigh. I had not expected Li Lingjuan's establishment to become like this in just a few days. No one knew of the conversation in the deepest part of the great floating water prison. Yet everything was as the strongest strategist in the history of the Qin dynasty had said. When the carnival atmosphere spread through the streets of Changling, many people could not help but think of hatred. At the start, many Changling people who had lost family in the battle with the Chu just threw whatever they could grab at the walls of Li Lingjuan's establishment. But as more and more people gathered, this kind of anger could not be controlled and turned into a wild tide. On the first day, the walls and gates of the courtyard were broken down, and many valuable items were looted. On the second day, some furniture and decorations were taken. On the third day, even the precious plants and some useful wood had been taken away. Starting from the night of the third day, even some stone and pillars were pulled down with ropes and dragged away. At this time, the scattered objects of Li Lingjuan's establishment could be seen in many of the streets of Changling. Li Lingjuan's establishment, which had once been a legend in Changling, had turned to ruins in these few days. On the first day, when Li Lingjuan's establishment had changed, Ding Ning had gone to the scene to watch. Just as he had expected, the people who had stayed behind to guard Li Lingjuan's establishment had taken away or destroyed everything of value to cultivators or the court when they saw the situation could not be controlled. The only thing he could do was to see if there was anything left behind that would be of value to him, a clue that could help him obtain some information. For the enormous Li Lingjuan's establishment, a few days was not enough to get clues from the details. Like many Changling people who were exceptionally satisfied every time they entered the ruined Li Lingjuan's establishment, Ding Ning once again entered Li Lingjuan's establishment. The poor man with a hatchet at his belt strolled contentedly in the unattended Li Lingjuan's establishment. Ding Ning and Shun Yi, who had followed him into Li Lingjuan's establishment through a hole in the wall, walked towards a half-collapsed building. At this time, Li Yunrui was walking into Li Lingjuan's establishment from another direction. Chapter 221. Senior Sect Brother, what are you searching for? Shun Yi asked softly as he looked at Ding Ning, who was squatting down and looking closely at the marks between the tiles. He was even sniffing some scents. After the Garden of Ju, he knew that his senior sect brother who came from the streets could not be judged by common sense. Maybe he had entered Li Lingjuan's establishment to search for clues related to cultivation. The Minute Mountain Sword trials were near. In his view, everything Ding Ning did was for the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Yet after walking in Li Lingjuan's establishment for several days and staying for a long time each day, Shun Yi increasingly felt that Ding Ning's actions had nothing to do with cultivation, especially when Ding Ning's actions seemed to be investigating a case. Ding Ning's brow was deeply furrowed. He did not immediately answer Shun Yi's question. He rubbed some dust on his fingers and then stood up from the broken tiles. He looked at Shun Yi and said, "Your family is one of the wealthiest families in Guangzhou. You should know more about the expenses of such an establishment than I do. In these days, you have followed me to look at Li Lingjuan's establishment many times. How much do you think such an establishment, with so many retainers, will cost?" Shun Yi stilled and said, "Based on the structure of the buildings, and so many people, the expenses are too great. I need to calculate carefully to estimate." Senior Sect Brother, why are you asking this? Ding Ning still did not answer his question and said, Li Lingjun came to Changling as a hostage in the third year of Yuanwu. This Li Lingjun establishment has been expanding intermittently for 9 years, but in the end, it has become like this. Senior sect brother, you mean that Li Lingjun's wealth came too strangely? Xinyi finally realized. There were many more mansions in Changling that were more luxurious than Li Lingjun's establishment. But those mansions had been built over many years, or the people who built those mansions had been in Changling for many years before they built them. However, if the previously intact Li Lingjun residence was completely converted into gold and silver and piled up in front of him, then this gold and silver had all appeared in the past few years. Thinking about the items from Li Lingjun residence that he had seen in the streets and alleys these days, although they weren't considered luxurious, the materials used were extremely exquisite and luxurious. Xunyi couldn't help but think of the previously intact Li Lingjun residence. If it was converted into a pile of gold and silver in front of him, then it would be an astonishing mountain of gold and silver. Previously, most people in Changling had never entered the Chu hostage establishment. Even if they did, they could not see it deeply. But now, they see it clearly. Some wealthy families puff themselves up at their own cost and squander money like it's nothing, earning them a good reputation. However, the inside of their homes is extremely simple. The places that can be seen are bright and the places that can't be seen are sparse. Ding Ning glanced at Xinyi and said, Li Lingjun is famous for his generosity, wealth, and courtesy. But you and I have been in Li Lingjun's establishment for many days, and we can see that he is as he appears on the surface. Simply speaking, he really is rich. The king of Chu could not have let him bring out so much money. If he was willing to let him bring such an enormous sum to Changling, the king of Chu would not have let him come as a hostage. After a pause, Ding Ning looked at Chen Yi and said in a more serious tone, if you say you have received funding from a wealthy family, no one can afford to take out such a huge sum of money at once. Chen Yi took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face as he nodded. Ian, to be able to come up with such a huge sum of money in just a few years, even the Xie family wouldn't be able to do so unless they used their ancestral property, but if it weren't for the great disaster, who would use their ancestral property? Ding Ning said, there are some people who will use their ancestral property. For example, they have encountered a great calamity, and their families do not exist. Encountered a great calamity, and their families do not exist. Xinyi's eyes widened. You mean the old nobility? Ding Ning nodded. Xinyi looked at him in shock. Which family can take out such an enormous sum? Ding Ning reached out, and put his thumb and forefinger up in front of him. Under the sunlight, Chen Yi could see a very faint layer of fluorescence on his fingertips. Ordinary people could not see what kind of light this was, but Xinyi knew. This was the light of pearls. Gold and silver took up too much space, and were too heavy. If they were transported by caravans, it would be easy to see. So the wealthy of the Qin dynasty usually liked to exchange gold and silver for pearls and gems. A top-grade pearl was worth tens of thousands of gold, and was not heavy. Especially when the pearls were ground into powder, it was not just good for beauty, and was loved by the women of Changling. It even had a certain nourishing effect on cultivators. So the nobility of Changling especially liked the light of pearls and gems. A truly wealthy family would not store gold and silver in their treasure vaults, but pearls. Only when there were enough pearls, and the pearls rubbed against each other when they were transported, would they leave fine powder on the objects they were stored in, or on the ground. The Lu family. Xinyi learned the answer himself, and looked in shock at Ding Ning. Of the old nobility of Changling, only the Lu family had such astounding wealth. When the Lu family was destroyed, while an astounding fortune was seized, the legendary treasury was not found. Ding Ning looked at Xinyi and nodded. Xinyi swallowed hard and murmured, it is because of the support of the Lu family. But senior sect brother, you spent so much effort just to find Li Lingjun's supporters? Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, this will be of great importance in the future. Xinyi could not understand. In his view, even if the Lu family and Li Lingjun were in cahoots, Li Lingjun had returned to the Chu dynasty. In the future, when Li Lingjun became the emperor of the Chu dynasty, even if there was a connection, it was related to the Holy One and those marquises. What did it have to do with Ding Ning? Someone is coming. Ding Ning did not explain. He turned around and looked behind him. Xunyi did not care at first. This Li Lingjun establishment seemed to have become a storehouse for the surrounding families. Countless people came in and out every day. He could imagine that in the future, many houses, and even the walls of Changling would have wood and stone from Li Lingjun. Yet when his gaze followed Ding Ning's gaze, his body unconsciously shook. He saw a young person. This young man's clothes and body looked abnormally clean, but he gave him the feeling that he was travel-worn. Also, he was certain that this young person was a cultivator, and one many times stronger than him and Ding Ning. Also, this young person's expression was exceptionally calm and solemn. Seeing Ding Ning and Xunyi look at him, this young person bowed deeply to Ding Ning but did not speak. Ding Ning's eyebrows rose slightly. He had seen many such solemn expressions, so he immediately sensed the special meaning from this young person. "You know me?" He looked at the young person and asked. The young person slowly stood up and said respectfully, "Ding Ning of White Goat Cave." Ding Ning looked at him and asked, "What business do you have with me?" The young person said respectfully, "I have been entrusted by someone. Can I speak with you alone?" Ding Ning frowned slightly but did not speak. He nodded simply and said, "All right." Then he walked towards a secluded and ruined building. This young person was naturally Li Yunrui. Seeing Ding Ning's presence, his eyes flashed with an unusual light. The moment he followed Ding Ning into the deserted building, he took out an item from his sleeve and handed it to Ding Ning. Ding Ning's frown deepened. He looked at a square object about a foot long wrapped in ordinary cloth in Li Yunrui's hand. He asked, "What is this?" Li Yunrui looked at the clean and serious features of this Changling marketplace youth. He shook his head and said, "I do not know what this is. I just want to give this item to you. Also, only you and I know this in the world. Only I know that this item is in your hands." Ding Ning thought for a moment. He did not immediately take the item from Li Yunrui's hand. His perception gently permeated the texture of the cloth and landed on the item inside. In the next moment, his gaze grew even more serious. "You also do not know what is inside?" He raised his head, looked at Li Yunrui, and asked this seriously. Li Yunrui shook his head. "All right." Ding Ning nodded. He took the item wrapped in the cloth and held it in his hand. Li Yunrui bowed deeply. Without another word, she turned and left. Ding Ning looked at the back of this young person. True respect appeared in his eyes. He knew this young person came from the Chu. He also knew that he would not be able to see this young person from the Chu in the future. Li Yunrui walked out of Li Lingjuan's establishment and then slowly walked along the secluded streets towards the Wei River. On the banks of the Wei River, he looked in the direction of Deer Mountain and the Chu. Then he calmly stepped into the slightly cool river water. When the river water drowned his body, he slowly and gently released all of his vital energy and primal energies of the universe. Then he thought of the spring flowers blooming in the alleys of the Chu city and closed his eyes, sinking into the darkness. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.